Good morning, everybody, and a welcome to the broadcast here on a lovely Sunday. Thank you, early birds, for your patience here today. I'd like to start a little later on the weekend. Just give me a little time to breathe or sleep in, which is exactly what I did today. All right. All right, Discord post has been made. Good morning. We're ready to go here. At least I think so. At least I think so. Yeah, I guess everything is pretty much where I would want it. And we just gotta hope now that our tablet works and we're all good. Decade Drifter, first in the chat. Red Museum, Oz, Leia, Alto, good morning. Renegade Darling, DKC2 David, Tater Tot Soup, Saidi, good morning. Trips 14, Ebony Bow, we got Titus in the building. Welcome in here, Saidi, of course, good morning. Sweet D's in the building. Welcome to the show, Worry Wart. Cozy's in the building. Danielle and Brielle. Starbows Break. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right. Just getting started here. Just waking up. We're getting there. We're getting there. Welcome to the show, everybody.
2,250 days of gaming, hanging out, cat jamming to your impromptu songs and vibing with those positive vibes. Thanks for being a constant positive force on the internet, thankful to know you. Happy 74 gamers, H-Day Wiggle, H-Day Clap.
Holy heck. Thank you very much for 74 months. Also go first sub of the day. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you, homie. Thank you very much. Welcome in here, Sage Ridge. Welcome back, Quince 3. Violet Purple, Stray Heart. Welcome to the show today. Variant Hex, Googly Bear, Spankum Nasty. I see y'all out there. Good morning, LPK. Red Museum again, good morning as well. Shout out to my offline follows and a bunch of offline subs. Bunch, dude. We've been killing it on YouTube. We're about to hit our 3,000 subscribers mark. We're not there yet. First goal is 2,700, but we're close. Shout out to all the fam out there. If you're enjoying the show on YouTube this morning, I appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you again, Alto Girl, for 74 fantastic months, dude. Back to work tomorrow, schoolroom prep. We'll miss you during the week. We try to get those weekends prioritized, but you know, it is what it is. I hope that work goes well, Maharit. No matter how much time you put between yourself and the community, we're going to welcome you back with open arms. You know the deal and you know the spiel. Happy Sunday. Happy to have you whenever we can have you. That's the point. I really do hope that the start of the school year goes well. Hope you take it easy, man. We'll be around. I say that we prioritize weekends. I might be taking a weekend day off next week, but we'll see. Maybe just one. I think Saturday. I think we'll see. We'll see what happens. Too early to tell. What up, Ryan Perpetrator? Dazabound's in the building. Good morning. Lily Tazi's in the building. Good morning. All right. Let's go ahead and jump over. Let's start playing some Zelda. No need for long intros on a Sunday. No need for any of that. We are in the depths. Starting off in the depths today. Starting off in the depths today. Get some light on us while we're sitting here for a second. Bam, 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 bam. F2 with the new knee. Everyone deserves a weekend. Appreciate you, Maher. Classes start tomorrow. I'll be working Saturdays. Probably only be here on Sundays. Let the busy season again. Yeah, no worries, dude. Hope it starts off nice and fresh for you. Good morning, Bookworm Maya. Welcome to the show today as well. Good to see y'all here. Hope everyone had a good weekend so far. What did y'all get into here this Saturday? All right. Well, for those that haven't been here for a Storyteller Sunday before, this is a kickback to 2023, the segment we did in the past when, in which we went around all of Hyrule and we looked at lore. And I mean, we did every bit of Hyrule, every major city, and almost every stable. I believe the only thing that was left might have been Rito Village, but I think we did Rito. It was a couple stables. There's about 4 stables that we never really extracted the lore from. And we never extracted the lore from the Typhlo ruins. So there might be a special episode of Storyteller Sundays in the future for us to maybe go and finish extracting as much lore as possible. But we did most of Hyrule. But today's different. Today, we're actually going back into the game for lore using the voice memories from the new app that's connected with the Switch 2 edition. Let's just test and see if it's working this morning. We'll put her down to 70 here. Let's see if she's working here.
Guidance activating. Proceed far southeast.
Okay, let me just go ahead and unplug her because she's a little crackly. Boom, 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 boom. Right. Do, 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 do. For those that don't know what voice memories are
Proceed far southeast.
Okay, we got her. We're locked in. So for those that don't know what voice memories are, Nintendo did a super cheeky thing with this game. Oh, let me actually go back and take that away. All right. They released a bunch of these things called voice memories, in the game via this app. All right. And you can travel through the game and you can stumble across or purposefully guide yourself to these different memories where you get a little bit of world building and a little bit of character development for 3 specific characters: Rauru in the sky, Koga in the depths, and Zelda in Hyrule. And they'll comment on the area. They'll comment on their own little anecdotal experience, or they'll share some words of wisdom, or they'll drop some deep cut lore, or sometimes it's a cute look in an insight into maybe an event that occurred as old as Breath of the Wild. You'll notice that Tears of the Kingdom references Breath of the Wild a lot. And I think this is purpose because they want you to feel that the games are even more connected because there are some obvious disjoints. And you can actually find voice memories for Breath of the Wild itself. I think there's a couple hundred for that game on its own. And we're going to have to spend some time to go dive into that someday as well. But for today, we're going to focus on Tears of the Kingdom. And we're going to do some Storyteller Sunday, some voice memory hunting. And we're going to go ahead and just start in the depths. We'll grab 1 or 2 from Koga. And then we'll work our way towards... locking in on some Zelda ones on Hyrule. And I think we're going to go to the sky today. So I actually have some around me that we could go and check out. And one of them is actually right near an area that I want to go visit. So let's go in that direction. And Koga has something to say to us right here at the construct facility. Which makes sense because this area is pretty important. So let's head over there. We have some traveling to do. We could fast travel, but that's not fun. I like to explore. We'll do a little bit of fast traveling, obviously. But yeah, that's just a quick introduction for those that have not been here for a Storyteller Sunday before. And welcome to my show. I hope everyone's feeling good, man. Welcome in here. Lily Tazi, oof. Yo, I hope you get a day of rest today. Casino Roy, welcome to the show. Thank you, Alto, for welcoming some of the community in here today. Good morning, Aelith Zana. Good to see you in the building as well. Good morning. JJ, what up, dude? Welcome to the show. Good to see you. Stories of Lore. Stories of Lore. All right. We don't need the guide to... We don't actually need to use the voice guidance. It's cute, but we don't actually need to use the voice guidance. All right, we're going this way. I don't use a mini map, so I have to pause a lot. I probably should just use a mini map, but yo, good morning, Raina. How you doing, man? It's good to see you, Raina B. I hope you've been well. I appreciate you, homie. All right, looks like we're grabbing this guy. I don't know if this guy's gonna help us much. Why don't we go ahead and start off with putting on our light suit so that we can just see a little bit better. It'll just be better for the show this morning. We can actually see a little bit, you know. What's up, Yuki? Good to see you today. Yeah, what you been up to, Reina? You been watching any Smash? There was a couple big tournaments recently. Hope life's been treating you well. Maybe you've been playing Chibi Robo as well. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that's not your bag. Well, the terrain makes it riding around with the horse down here not really that effective. Like, the terrain just doesn't really work too well with the horse now, does it? Oh, nice. Wow, Tater Tot killing it, dude. Tater Tot killing it, dude. Let's go, baby. Oh, well, is Robbie not working? Oh, there we go. Slayed. Slayer. Double kill. Yo, congratulations. Keep it up, dude. Thanks for the inspiration. I needed it. More than you think. Thanks. Knight's Broadsword, huh? I actually do like these a lot. Man, we need to stop at the break apart and break apart some of these gems we have sitting on our weapons. Ugh. Let's just drop the magic staff. Let's grab the Knight Broadsword. The Knight Broadsword Pristine is actually pretty nice. Look, ooh, and it's +8 attack. Hold on, let's make ourselves a sick weapon here. Now, I have to be careful about using my items to make weapons because I'm using them to upgrade armor. So we can't go too sick nasty on this, but we can still get kind of sick. Let's go for the Silver Lizavul's Horn. We can afford one of those. Nice hand scythe. Bad boy's doing 60 damage. Very nice. We'll save that bad boy for later. Gonna grab some coffee and play alongside today. Nice. What you playing on today? Dude, Moki and Xbox doubles win. Wild and so fun. Oh, I didn't see doubles. Ooh. Are you putting me on to a 6 set? Are you putting me on to a 6 set? Do I need to go back, Reina B, dude? Because I'll take your word for it. I know you're sick. If Reina speaks, I listen, dude. That's just how it goes. Reina speaks, I'm listening, dude. I'll go back. I'll watch that set. I like going back to YouTube and watching sets that I miss. All right, where's my big boy at? There you are. Come here. Yeah, I actually didn't engage in doubles. I was only watching singles because I was already missing stuff. And I think it was the same weekend that the Pokemon Worlds was happening. And I was in the Pokemon Worlds chat just trolling. Unless it's this weekend. If you're talking about a tournament this weekend, I haven't seen anything. I've been super busy this weekend. Oh, nice. Dude, Daz about nothing to scoff at. Dude, nothing to scoff at, Dazza. Nice, dude. Yo, 2 years per Parappa? Yo! Oh my god. So stoked to watch you play Chibi Robolator. Thanks, dude.
Yo, yo, yo.
I'm excited for more Chibi later. I'm excited. Oh, Collision's this weekend? Nice. Yeah, I'm hip to Collision. Yeah. I'm hip. I don't know what tournament. I think there was a tournament during Pokemon Worlds last weekend as well. Pretty sure. Yeah. I'm hip to Collision. For sure. Though, thank you, Parappa, for 24. Thanks for 2 years, dude. Yo, what up, Duel Master D? Good morning. Sarcasm, welcome to the show. Trying to decide between Stardew, Mystria, and Tears of the Kingdom. Supernova. Supernova was the last tournament that I was talking about. Thank you. I just needed to hear the name of it. Yeah, that's what I needed to hear. Yeah. Supernova might have been a week or two ago. Because I actually watched more Ultimate, surprisingly, with Supernova. Because again, I was just busy. Like, I'm talking about live. I actually saw more Ultimate live than anything else, I'm pretty sure, with Supernova. I didn't end up watching. I had to watch YouTube VODs. I had to watch YouTube VODs for Supernova. Melee stuff. Ooh, nice. I wonder, how many Poes do I actually have? I wonder if it's even worth it for me to go out of my way to collect Poes. Lord knows. Some gosh darn Poes. Oh, interesting. Look at this nice little secret hot spring. Nice little secret hot spring equals lava pools. Anytime you see a hot spring on the surface, there's lava pools directly below it. Let me give you another example. If we go up here into the snowy mountains, all right. If we go up here to the snowy mountains, frick, I always forget what button backs out of hero path. All right, if we go up here to, like, for example, Sherfin's Secret Hot Spring, lava pools. Look. Same thing up here. Golflam's Secret Hot Spring, lava pools. You'll see that across the whole map. Looks like I've been here a little bit, but not a ton. Let's explore this area a little bit more. You digging Chibi Robo? Yeah. I'm having fun with it. I've been having a blast with Chibi Robo. It's fun. You just don't get games that are, it's like, I don't really want to get too far into this specific discussion because, like, it's just like a little doomer. I'm down for a doomer talk here and there, but not today. But it's like, Chibi Robo's a reminder of, like, a freedom in gaming that's, like, lost outside of indie gaming. Developers used to just have so much fun taking risk, dude. Chibi Robo's a big example of that, man. Where they just were not afraid to take risk, man. It's just such a good game. It's just so interesting and different and goofy and fun, and, like, you're not gonna play any game like Chibi Robo ever, except for Chibi Robo. You're never gonna find a game like it. Promise you. Challenge me. I dare you. You will never play a game like it. And, like, that's so powerful. That's so crazy. This game's like 05, dude. Yeah, man, it's very special. It's a very special game. I'm really happy I'm playing it. Super cool. It's very 2005. And I kind of love that. I kind of love when a game shows its age. Right? Like, I like that. I think that's cool. Cozy knows how to pick them. I'm not sure what that means. Did Cozy's uncle at Nintendo release Chibi Robo? Are you just complimenting Cozy's taste in games? I'm not sure what that means. I just love how the GameCube emulation looks on Switch too. Yeah, same. People came in and asked me if it was the HD version. Cozy's aura. Yeah. I had people ask that question yesterday. Like, is this HD? And I'm like, I don't think so, but I think all the games are just super cleaned up. But technically, I don't think it's HD. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not really a big hardware guy, so I don't like. I clam up when it comes to those types of conversation. So I'm like, I don't know if it's technically HD. I think it might just be super cleaned up. I'm not sure. I think S-Video was the best you could get at the time. Right, exactly. Like, that's why I, like, said what I just said. Because I'm like, technically, I don't think it's actually HD, but it is really, really cleaned up. I think you would know if it was HD because it would be widescreen. Is that how you can think about that? Is that how you can think about that? Like, if it was widescreen 1080p, then it would be actually HD. I think that's how that works. I think, but because it's not 1080p, then it's technically still like SD or whatever. I don't know. I don't actually care about any of this. I'm just a curious guy who likes to learn. So I don't actually know. I don't know, man. Oh yeah, Co-Robo. Yeah, so Co-Robo might be the closest thing to Chibi Robo, and it's actually by the same developers. Yeah, how about that? The creators. I don't know if it's the developers, but whatever that word means. Yeah, Cozy put us on to Co-Robo last year during the Kickstarter, or like earlier this year. Nice. I'm in like 1% of Breath of the Wild. Yo, what's up, Pooh Bear? As long as you're enjoying yourself, man. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you're just focusing on fun. Just focus on fun. It can be a lot, though. It can be overwhelming. You're right about that. It can be super overwhelming.
A 21-month stub, but I feel like I've been here so much longer, rolling on the floor laughing. You're the best, Hylian.
Aww.
Thanks for always
Sub
been
Runneth.
here.
You have been here for a long time. Subs don't ever reflect loyalty like that. They can, but I hope people know that I know that. Like, subs rarely tell the full picture, because I would never expect people to support via money. Like, that doesn't paint the whole picture, Runneth. That not even close. Speaking of Melee, you know, one of the first people I ever got to have a conversation about Melee on stream, Runneth up B. If you know, you know, baby. Like, yeah, you've been around for a long time, man. Thank you so much for 21. Thanks for sticking with me, dude. And I think about that anytime I get support. You know, I always like to think about the amount of time a person spent here with me, regardless of the sub count. Like, I think that means a lot. I think that means a lot more. But obviously, subs, you know, goes without saying. That stuff keeps the stream afloat, of course. You know, it goes without saying, but it's still nice to say sometimes, right? How's the rest of your Saturday? It was good. I actually met up with one of my moderators. I'm gonna ask them first before I share pictures, but I actually went and I did my first ever fan meetup. I've never done a fan meetup, and I know that's a little ridiculous, but I've only ever been reached out to 3 times, and all 3 times I just wasn't really feeling it for multiple reasons. And I finally was just like pushed myself out of my shell, and like I actually commented on this the other day. It's actually kind of just some deep like trauma therapy stuff that we don't need to go over. Some of it was like my hesitance to go out and see people was like a little bit of like stuff that I had to get over. And as I have been healing and pursuing, you know, a full body healthy temple, I got reached out to recently by a couple people. I haven't reached out to all of them, by the way. If you're waiting for a message from me, you know who you are. I'll get to you. And simultaneously, a couple days after I made a comment on stream, and 2 people reached out to me, and I decided to pull the trigger and meet up with them. And one of them's my moderator's Wavy cat. Wavy's been with me for years now, and they grew up in Cleveland. They don't live here anymore, and they came out, and we went to a Panera and just hung out and chatted for an hour and a half, and it was mad sick. It was actually so sick. Like, it was so sick. Like, I even told them, I'm like, you're kind of helping me break the ice, because like if I was ever going to meet with somebody for the first time, I would want it to be a moderator. It's like somebody I'm close to, right? Technically, I've actually met up with Alto Girl once on some deep cut stuff, but it wasn't like a planned meeting. It was like a happenstance thing. So like, if you want to get technical, there's actually 2 people before Wavy, but like, it wasn't like a planned meeting. It was just kind of like a, whoa, you're here, and yo, I'm here. And then I got a super exclusive Alto Girl amiibo card, but that's a conversation for another day. That's right. I have an Alto Girl amiibo card. Yeah. The Legend Alto, me. Yeah. But anyways, conversation for another day. So I met up with Wavy Cat and we hung out for about an hour and a half and we yapped, dude. And it was so cool to just sit down and like be interacting with people that I see, you know, in a daily. And it was neat, man. I had a really good time. I had a really good time. Yeah, it was cool. So it was like my first official like meetup that happened as a planned event. That's like the best way to word it. But like as I'm talking, I'm realizing like technically I have met up with a couple other people, but like it didn't really happen like this way, right? And then Dr. Mario, one of my first ever supporters from 2019, is gonna be in this area, and he was the other person who reached out, and he was like, yo, do you want to just like meet up? And I said yeah to him as well. So next week I'm gonna get an opportunity to get to see my boy Dr. Mario. That like this guy, he's been around forever. Like he sent me my first beard kit, oil, brush, comb, right? Like he was like one of the first guys that really came in here and believed in me, like, and truly said those words to me, like, I believe in what you're doing, like I want to support this, right? So like that's pretty cool as well. So that's how my Saturday went, man. I had a good time, and then I just came home and did nothing, you know, the usual. Just came home and crashed out because I'm a millennial, and 30 minutes of social activity or more requires at least 8 hours of recovery. So after that I was tapped and I had to go to bed. So I laid in bed for like 3 hours, then I went to sleep for another 8. Just like, whew, all right, we're tapped. Call the paramedics. I do have a throne, yeah. I do have a throne. The adrenaline after all of that. Yeah, Pixie Rose. Hey, what's up, Pixie? Good morning. It warms my viewer heart. Yeah, man, I felt so invigorated. Yo, what's up, Kapow Plays? I felt so invigorated after it because, like I said, I kind of pushed through like a wall that I had put up. That like on the way home, I was like having thoughts of doing like a Hylian world tour. I was like, yeah, dude, this is it. I'm like, Hylian world tour, baby. Coming to a city near you. Like I was so invigorated. I'm like, calm down, dude. It's not all like that. Chill out, chill. So yeah, shout outs to Wavy for being the guinea pig, I guess, in a good way. The Hylian experience. Dun, 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 dun. I feel that so much. Yeah, Aelith, are you okay, man? Have you been managing this weekend? I know you've had a lot going on. Dude. Nice. Apparently I've never been here, or my hero's path has just been erased. Unfortunately, the hero's path, so we're talking about this green path, only lasts for about 200 hours of gameplay, and afterwards it starts erasing itself. And I'm well past that point. So it's like, I can't always trust that I haven't explored an area. because I could have just explored it so early in my playthrough that, like, it's not going to remember. Oh, there's a Frox down here. Or it looks like there's something down here to fight. This is how we're going to know if we've been here. Let's go fight this big boy. Yeah, this is how we're going to know if we've been down here. This guy right here. Because if he'll have a star next to his name. Hold on, let's hear this beat drop for a second. All right. If there's a star next to his name, that means that we fought him before. So this is actually this is actually the perfect opportunity for us to find out if we've explored this area. Now, sometimes I just ignore fights till later, but let's go, bub. All right, he has a metal thing on his leg, so we can shock him. All right, looks like we haven't fought him yet. Looks like this guy's in for some pain because he's only a blue Hinox. Dance, I say. Dance. I'm so mean, dude. Sometimes I feel so bad. What's the purpose of the game forgetting? I think it's because they just run out of data or something. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think it's a technological holdback, I guess. Yeah, I'm not actually sure, yeah. Oh, that sucks. Aelith, you'll feel better soon, dude. Because I was going out in the... Like... Whoa! Whoa, what is this? JJ! Yo! One of the secret alerts. Well, it's not secret. I did actually put it in the alert list. Yo! Dun 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 dun.
Thank you.
Yo, thank you, dude. What the heck, man? What? Dude, I love this song. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, man. Thank you for the $20.20, dude. Well, not 2020. Never forget. Never forget 2020, baby. I will hold my ACNH memories to my heart. Thanks, man. Thank you, JJ. You didn't have to do that, homie. Appreciate that. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the support, dude. Thanks for the jam session. I forget about that alert all the time. It's a good one. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Nice. We need to fight all of the creatures to get the monster medals. So that was just another case of us getting one step closer to the monster medals, which is really nice. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, thank you again, Runneth and Parappa. Soldier's broadsword? I don't know if that's as good as a knight's broadsword. I don't think it is. No, there's no way. Soldiers are totally a lower rank than a knight. All right. If I grab the weapon, then it'll respawn. And we want the weapon to respawn. We would prefer the weapon to respawn because, like, the knight's sword, the soldier sword wasn't that good, right? So if you're wondering why we pick it up. And for those that don't know the rules of engagement for those specific spawns here in the depths, the way that they work is that anything can spawn as long as you've broken the version of it that's corrupted on the surface. So if you have a corrupted Gerudo scimitar and you break it, you have just unlocked Gerudo scimitars to spawn in the depths, but the pristine version. And here's a fact. Usually the weapons that spawn are kind of based on the region. So if I remember correctly, I would want to come to the Gerudo region and look for the sword air, the Shadow Link areas here, because this is where scimitars are going to spawn. It's also based off of like your progression in the game and the like the invisible experience system, I believe. Austin John did a big video on this, and I think I remember something about that as well. Like, the further into the game you go, the better weapons can spawn in the depths or something like that. So if you're really early in the game, you're just not going to see a lot of really good stuff down here. But over time, you will start to see the best weapons in the game spawning here in the depths. But again, you have to break the corrupted version at least once, or it'll never show up here. So that's all the information I remember. Where did you find this out? Austin John Plays is a YouTuber who will occasionally do Zelda stuff. Like, he was like really into doing Zelda videos for a while, but he's mostly just an all-around Nintendo guy. So feel free to check him out. He does all sorts of content, mostly all around Nintendo. Like, he was doing Mario Kart World deep dives, and he was rallying the community to find as much information as we could about Mario Kart World as well. So if you're into Nintendo games and you like deep dives about little mechanics and stuff, I cannot recommend the dude enough. He's good about that stuff. Yeah, it's cool. I do look like an anglerfish, right? You want to know what this outfit's actually based off of? I think it's based off of the mole people from Skyward Sword. I can't remember their names, but they're like mole people. His name is Austin John Plays. Not sponsored. All right. We're getting towards our first memory. I think our first memory is right down there. But first we're heading up towards this area because I haven't explored up here. I want to see what's up here. I'm also seeking named locations for my 100% playthrough. So I'm trying to kill multiple birds with, one stone vibe. So while we're doing Zelda lore streams, I'm still going to be focusing on a bunch of the stuff that that I need to get done for my 100%. So Koroks, named locations. That's it. And there's one chasm I haven't found yet, randomly. But we'll find it eventually, I'm sure. I'm not really stressed, Plus, it's super nice that I can be like 500 hours deep or whatever, and I'm still finding new stuff, right? I find that to be really satisfying, so. Like, it wasn't until recently that I actually managed to get all of the caves. Don't I have a traveler's medallion? And do you get a traveler's medallion in this game? You do. Where are my traveler's medallions placed? Oh, I have one at my secret hideout. My favorite. Oh, it's at Selmies. Oh, I have one at Selmies for snow sledding. I have one at Eldon, so I can sell gems at the Eldon. That makes sense. Don't I have 3? Where's my third at? Oh no, you only get 2, I think. No, here's the third. And then I have a third here, but I don't know why. What is this one for? What? I don't know. Dang, I don't want to have to come back up here, but I want to drop down in this hole. So I'm like, I want to drop in this hole and see what's down here, but I don't want to have to climb back up. Oh, wait a second. I see. I'm at the construct facility. This is the dungeon. This is the spirit temple. Oh, so down there, I'm in the spirit temple area. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yo, enjoy your lurk, gamer lady. Thanks for popping in today. What's up, Tab Flava and Albino Black Bear? Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming to lurk on the show today. Oh, that's so smart, Calico. What the heck? That's cool, dude. I like that. Yo, good morning. How you been, Calico? Good to see you. Not sure if I've had a chance to catch up with you this week. Yo, what do you want, dude? Yo, get out of my face, man. You like that? Yo, let's get him again. Nah. All right, let's go. Yeah, this is interesting. I've never been up here looking down on the construct facility. This is actually super cool. Oh, the master mining pick is low on energy. Just got back from vacation. Was it the Catskill Mountains? What about cats? No, I'm just kidding. That's cool. I've never heard of that. Hope you had a good time. I know you're always doing super rad stuff. Like I remember I saw pictures of you doing super rad like dune sledding. You were like sledding in like the dunes of the desert or something crazy cool. I'm like, Calico's just out here adventuring, man. What's up, Jules Avocado? Yo, good morning, Nandez. We got some enemies. We got some bogeys up ahead. I repeat, bogeys are up ahead. Yo, I want those eyeballs and stuff, dude. Cough them up. Ow, what? You got lightning bows, dude? Got him. Alright, I might actually have to pull a weapon out, huh? Don't shoot me. Alright. Well, that guy's stuff's just gonna fall off the cliff. Wario Land 4 on Game Boy Advance on Switch. Nice. Oh, wait, there's something else here. Oh. Will you stop running? Absolute punk, dude. Absolute punk. Oh, you got yourself a random emote? Nice. Not a bad way to spend channel points, in my opinion. Grab yourself an emote for the day. You can spend some, you can buy them as well for just a little bit more channel points. Like you can choose, I think. Bum, 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 bum. Yo, what up, Panda? These streams gonna get me through work? What's up, dude? Oh, we already got this marked off. Okay. Good morning, Gabby XO. Wario's one of your favorite characters from Nintendo, and 4 was my favorite Wario Land. The Wario Land games are kind of slept on, right? I think the Wario Land games are kind of slept on, dude. They don't really get talked about enough, I'd say. Okay. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'd say they don't get talked about enough. It'd be cool if Nintendo did a new Wario Land, but I can't help but wonder if they would be able to lock into the same energy as the originals. I don't know, probably. I don't see why it would be a problem. All right, let's go. Give myself a little +3 speed boost. Oh, look at that. We got a bone boy over there. We got a bone boy over there, dude. Let's go take on Bone Boy. I don't think we fought this one yet. We got a bone boy. How's it going? So far, so good. We're working our way towards our first memory here in the depths. We're going to go after a Koga memory or two, but we're doing some exploring while we go. Yo, what up, Stalnox? I don't even know if you count for monster medals or not. I'm not really even sure if they do. Let's go ahead and use our new scythe. Stop moving your head. Got him. My dream feature in the next farming crafting game, storage containers with auto sort by name across all containers. I'm tired of organizing storages. I can agree with that statement. I think for some games, maybe storage organization is like a part of the gameplay, right? Like maybe a survival game or something like along those lines. Look at, we're actually hearing the music of the Shadow Temple. How dramatic. That's amazing. Nice, because we're close enough. Dude, beautiful. Let's jam for a sec. This is where Koga's memory is. It's going to be down here with the construct. This is going to be a good memory. This is going to be a good memory here. What's up, E-Talker? Going to a family friend's 90th birthday? Cool. Very cool. Here, I'm gonna quickly tinkle, and I'll be right back. Give me just a second, because I'm holding it in, and it's making me not be able to think straight. Oh man, that's so much better. I literally could not think straight for a second. You've never played a Zelda game. I know nothing of the world. It's understandable. I think Zelda's actually pretty niche. So I've met a lot of people that have never found much interest in a Zelda game. Let me double check something. I thought I turned that off. Okay, it's just the auto exposure that's popping off. Okay. All right. Teeth were floating? Wait, what are you talking about? Can you show me how many hours you've played in this game? Sure. I don't think it's going to show it on the Switch too. I can't remember if it's per console or not. No, yeah. 465 in Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. I understand that organization is part of a gameplay. Yeah. I didn't fully finish that thought. I think some games it is a part of gameplay, but I don't think it is for every game, Sidey. Yeah, I never actually finished that thought. Oh, you're talking about my cup. Talking about my green cup. Yeah. I think I agree with you. Yeah, I would like to see more efforts to stop wasting our times as time as gamers. You had to pee so hard your teeth were floating. Is that some kind of saying I've never heard? What are you going on about over there, Cozy? What? It is? What are you going on about over there, dude? I never heard that in my life. That's crazy. Yeah, man. Sadi, I agree. I think that what you're talking about is actually kind of a modern problem that I started noticing with gaming. And in the past, we didn't really notice it, maybe. We didn't really talk about it because we were always trying to get the most hours out of our games. But I think that in the modern era of gaming, a lot of people are sick of having their time wasted. And I think you're totally right about that. Like, why are we spending hours and hours of our time like sorting inventories in games? Like, it should not be that way. Like, there really should be better attempts for developers to make that part of gaming smoother. And again, I said, unless it's a game that it's designed around. Like, again, I think a survival game is the best example. There are some games where inventory management is a part of the experience. Like, think like Diablo 2. Diablo 2, like your bag, what you can carry, your chest, like that's kind of part of the experience. So I don't think it's necessarily something that needs to be addressed in every single game, but I totally agree that we could see more of that type of quality of life. I really do. I just wanted to finish my thoughts on that because I couldn't think because my teeth were floating apparently. Yeah, exactly, Sadie, right. it becomes a deterrent, right? I think that's really what we're talking about, is after a while that kind of stuff can become a deterrent. You know what I mean? Has anybody ever like went to play a game and then you like loaded it up and you're overwhelmed by all the inventory management and you're just like, I'm actually not in the mood to play this right now. Maybe you can't think of a specific situation in which that happened, but I'm sure it's happened to a lot of us. Where we're just like, oh, actually, like you load up the game. Like I've had this happen with Fallout. Like I've loaded up Fallout and then like my inventory smacked and I'm like, I can't remember what I was doing last. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna play something else. Like, I don't want to deal with this right now. Yeah, you're just like, I'm good, dude. I want to go do something else. Like, this sucks. Fallout may be a bad example because I do think inventory management in Fallout's actually a part of the experience. But I just brought that up because that's an example of when that's happened to me before. So, yeah, what's up, WMD, baby? How you doing today, man? Good to see you. Yeah, we are doing more lore stream today. Storyteller Sundays e-talker. Storyteller Sundays, English. I don't remember. Okay, this is just the base, and we've been there. Right next to a light route. Let's run back here. Then we're going to go back, and we're going to go to the depot, and we're going to get a Koga memory in the depot that I've never gotten before. I'm really excited. I actually never came back and explored the Spirit Temple area ever since we did the Spirit Temple in this save file, which was so long ago. This is kind of interesting to go back to the Spirit Temple area for what I believe to be the first time since we did the Spirit Temple in our playthrough, which we just checked. We're at 465 hours. That would have been at maybe hour mark number 30. No, that's not true. Probably like 60. Maybe closer to maybe 80 to 100. I keep pushing it back because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, dude, we did a 24-hour stream. We were 30 hours into the game and the game had only existed for 3 days. We did 12 hours. No, 10. Then we did 24. So the game was out for 2 days and we had already streamed for 35 hours of this game. We went in on this game, dude. I was 30 hours into this game within 2 days of its existence. Oh my lord, dude. That's crazy. To think back and be like, wow, like I really, really went in on this game. Oh, I passed up another link. Oh well, that's fine. I don't need to mark them all off. Did you ever sleep? Yeah, I streamed for 10 hours on Friday morning when the game released. Then I went and slept all day. Then I woke back up and streamed for 24. And then I think I was off Sunday. I came back Monday, and then we just played for every day for like 10 to 12 hours. It was actually crazy. Grab some breakfast, starting work in 20 minutes, hoping we don't have any more issues. Oh, that sucks, dude. No keg issues, man. I've dealt with that. I've worked in the industry. I've worked in the industry for sure. I've also taken some beer showers because of just that situation. Yeah. There's nothing worse than getting wet at work. There's absolutely nothing worse than getting wet at work, especially if you just got there. Like that, it's seriously such an unfortunate circumstance. I used to do I washed dishes a bunch in my life, and depending on the dish tank and depending on your strategy for washing dishes, you either ended up with everything soaked, your whole body, your feet, your shoes, everything, or you learned how to manage properly and not get soaked at all. It took me about a year of washing dishes before I realized, like, it's all strategy. Like, there's an actual strategy on staying dry in the dish tank. It's you have to really think about it. You don't want to get soaked, man. Now, some kitchens will provide like plastic aprons, essentially, where the water will not get on your clothes, but that doesn't stop the water from dripping to your shoes. So you still have to strategize regardless. But I'm talking about kitchens that are so fast paced that we're not just saying washing dishes. We're talking about like super fast paced, insano style washing dishes. So you have to be as fast as possible, but also stay dry, right? It was like a strat, man. And people don't think that there's that much thought into washing dishes commercially, but there is. Yeah, you had to like speed run, right? Because like the chefs needed pans, so you had to keep a flow of pans scrubbed. Plates and stuff were usually not as big of a deal, but still a big deal, especially if it got busy. But I worked in kitchens for 12 years, giving me flashbacks. Yeah, I worked in kitchens for about 8 or 9 myself. About 8 years or so. And then I did retail for the rest before I started streaming. I was everything from a prep cook to a cook, cold cooking, hot cooking, sous chef, the highest rank I ever climbed to. I got Skyward Sword HD because you got me interested in it. Nice, man. I think Skyward Sword HD is a beautiful pickup. I think you're in for a treat. The controls take a little bit of time to get used to. That's my only advice. Unsolicited, but advice nonetheless.
Good morning, dissenters.
Yo, Nintendo. Hey, good morning. Thank you. What's up, Mama Teller? Yeah, it's my only advice is be patient because the controls take some time to get used to. So just be patient with yourself. Camera assist is weird. Yeah. It's a weird game to wrap your head around. But I think it's worth it to stick with it. And also, don't sleep on trying the motion controls if it is something you think you're going to be interested in. Because the motion controls aren't actually that bad, and it is a pretty legit way to play the game. I preferred the stick sword combat more myself. Yo, good to see you. Thank you for the biddies, and good morning. I better actually plug this charger in now. Because last time the tablet started dying. So if I plug the charger in, then it'll at least die slower, but it'll still be dying because of how much power is being asked of it to share the screen the whole time. I wish there was a way to do this without constantly sharing the screen, but there's not. It's just not how it works. Grew up with PS2 and GameCube, so I was trained since childhood to deal with non-optimal cameras. That's right. If you grew up in anything older than PlayStation 3 and Xbox One, you probably have a pretty solid tolerance for shitty video games. You probably have a pretty good tolerance for shitty games. Yo, what's up, Kasai? All right, let's go get this memory, dude. We have we're starting off with one hot Koga memory. A Koga memory from the Construct facility. Let's go. The Spirit Temple. didn't even realize I was going towards this. I didn't even realize I was going towards this. And once I did, I think we're in for a super dope Koga memory. However, the Koga memories are all pretty meme-ish, so don't expect much. But we could get something juicy. It could also just be stupid. Let's find out together on this episode of Dragon Ball Z.
All right, so instead of prototype constructs, this place is empty. That's great. Not like I had plans to use everything I was gonna find. At least I have the schematics for Minoru's construct. I could just make that myself. A construct by me for me.
Oh, that makes sense, because he had the bad construct. I didn't even think about that. Of course, duh. How did he make a bad version of Mineru's construct? Because he found her schematics. He was here first. Dude, Koga was here first. But here's the thing. He didn't have the mask that you have to get from Thunderhead Islands. That's the key. He could not do anything here. He wouldn't have been able to do anything here. So he showed up here and it was basically just dead weight, but he got his hands on the schematics? Like, what? Were the schematics just laying around? Like...
All right, so instead of prototype constructs, this place is empty. That's great. Not like I had plans to use everything I was gonna find. At least I have the schematics for Minoru's construct. I could just make that myself. A construct by me for me.
What an idiot. Koga's so fun. All right. And looks like we got one more down here. Oh, there's one at the actual spirit temple. Oh, there's one at the actual spirit temple. All right, that's where we're going now. That's where we're headed, down here. Oh, very nice. This is going to be juicy. What? Why is there a death marker here? They had to remind me of a time I died here 8 billion years ago? Thanks. Great game. Yeah, this is a part of the app. So what Nintendo did is for the Switch 2 edition of Tears of the Kingdom and the Switch 2 edition of Breath of the Wild, they released... The Switch 2 editions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they released features on an app. It's called the Switch Online app or something along those lines. And you load up a feature called Zelda Notes. Now, this app does more than just Zelda stuff, and it does more than just funny voices. All right. However, to answer your question, this is the Zelda Notes app. And you can go around and find voice memories from... I knew it. I saw the tree shaking. I still got jump scared. I knew... I swear I saw him moving. I still got jump scared. Fake trees. Fake punk trees. All right, let's go ahead and have some fun. Let's go ahead and use one of our newest recipes that we got. The Forever Balloon. Shall we? Let's do the Forever Balloon. We have a schematic here that's a forever balloon. All right, and we just need to get ourselves one piece at least. I think we need this and this. So there's one location in the game. Dang it, you don't need this. That's fine. There's one location in the game that actually has a balloon that can never die. The same way that there's one location in the game where there's a wing that could never die. And this balloon is crafted with that. I believe it's the one that you get from... I believe it's the one that you get from... It has to do with... whatever his name is. I don't remember whatever his name. Robbie. All right, let me go find some wood. I think we want to use wood here. I believe that's what this is set up to do. Oh, wait, I don't think we have to do anything because it comes with wood. I think we just need to light this. All right, and the cool part about this forever balloon. What the heck? Why is it stuck? It wasn't stuck before. It worked really well last time. I'm not sure. Oh, am I supposed to light it in a different way? I think I'm supposed to light it in a different way. I realized this. Okay. Let me see. I haven't watched the video for this. So I don't remember how it works. I think I'm supposed to light the top. I thought this was a lot easier to use, though. I don't remember this being this confusing. It would make sense if I had to put something in here, but I guess what you would do is drop the wood. Let's see. I guess you drop the wood and then you would just ultra hand it in. Just like that. Yeah, there was some inflating action happening. It seems like the... Maybe I need to light both? Dang, dude, I don't remember how I got this thing to work before. Maybe you don't grab the steering stick yet. Dang, I don't remember. I got this from a YouTube video, and I've used it once before. I don't remember how it works, though. I wonder if it has something to do with it being on a hill. Yeah, I got this thing to work, and it was great. It was honestly so sick. Huh, strange. Yeah, it does just seem too heavy, you know, right? I might have to go look up the video again. Man, I was really looking forward to using this thing. Yeah, I might have to go find the video again. I don't know where it's at, so I'm not gonna go look it up now. Well, thanks for wasting my Zonite stones, you prick. Thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing. Back to the only thing that I truly love in life. My speeder bike. Perfectly balanced. Let's go. The only love for me. No! No! Don't go into the cliff! No, my only weakness! No!
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, what up, Smitty? Alright, we're fine. This is fine. This has been a shit show. It's been a literal shit show, dude. I'm just trying to climb up to the bargainer statue, man. Why is this such a life thing? Holy heck. Yo, what's up, man? Thank you, Smitty. I was thinking about you, dude, because did you hear about Moonlighter? Smitty, did you hear about Moonlighter Motherfucking 2? And have you seen the trailer? Go look it up if you haven't. Yeah, the Moonlighter 2 got announced, man, and it looks real good. Yo, bargainer statue. Talk to me, dude. How do I get this thing to chat with me? Do I have to climb its whole face? Dude, I haven't used a bargainer statue in so long. How do I get this thing to interact with me? What the heck, dude? Aha! Frick, that took forever. All right, let's get ourselves some bomb flowers. $3D, it looks epic. Yeah, it's a good evolution. Yo, what's up, Taco? Thank you. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I think it's the perfect evolution for Moonlighter 2. I think it's going to be a treat, man. I think we are in for a treat. I can pick myself up a new Fierce Deity sword. I kind of want to. I kind of want to grab it. All right, thanks for nothing. If my speeder bike's dead, it's your fault, buddy. All right, let's go get these giant poes real quick at the Wellspring of Courage. So this is the Spring of Courage here on the surface, and we got some giant poes over here. Let's go get these giant poes real quick. Secret? Yes. Yes. Secret. I never found this. Ooh, named location. Ooh, the Dracozu altar. What? A new play. I never seen this. Wow, I just got a new named location. Sick. What is this? So this is the equivalent to Dracozu Lake and the Spirit of Courage. Interesting. What is this cool structure? I wonder if all the springs have these behind the waterfalls. I might have to go back and check all the springs out down here. Well, this one, it does have a waterfall. Maybe here too. This was the last location you needed to find? Dude, this is crazy. I would have never found this, dude. I just so happened to notice that there might actually... Dude, you don't understand. This game doesn't have many behind waterfall secrets. So the fact that I even checked behind the waterfall... You already got the chest here? Was there a chest here? Or was it just empty? I don't think I had this named location, but I might have. Maybe I did already have it. Because I wasn't all the way zoomed in. I don't know, maybe I did already have it? I don't know, I feel like I just unlocked it, but... It looks like there was a chest there for sure. I don't know, man. I could have already been here. I could have. I could just be getting excited for nothing. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, all right? I think that was a new location. Either way, I'm excited. I found a secret. Either a secret I forgot about. Either way, it's still a secret. Of course, my speeder bike despawned. That's, you know what? I didn't need it anyways. What's the fabric of the glider? Ooh, good question. So this is a special glider. This is a very special glider. It's called... Oh, it doesn't tell you here. I don't know the name of it, but this is what it looks like. I can tell you how to get it if you want, but... All right, let's head to the Spirit Temple. The one that I was going to speeder bike to, but now we're just going to walk. It glows in the dark, which is beautiful. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, please. So you get this by finding all of the caves, but more specifically, getting all of the bubble frogs. This is the reward for the bubble frog quest. Gotta hunt down the bubble frogs, baby. And keep in mind, you can take a picture of a bubble frog.
Well done.
All right, you can actually take a picture of a bubble frog and you can make it a part of the sensor. So just a little pro tip. If you're trying to do it without guides, that's going to be your best friend. Don't act like you don't need the speeder bike. I don't need it. I'm going to do it without it. Last time I was on Zelda, I was hunting bubble frogs. It took me forever to get them all. I didn't use any help. And the last couple caves were the worst. Do you want to know what one of the hardest caves for me to get was? I don't want to say too much for spoilers, but it was a Misko's treasure cave that... It was a Misko's treasure cave that, let's just say how you enter it is a puzzle itself. And I couldn't figure it out. And then I did it on accident. I accidentally got into this cave. It was like one of 4 caves that I had yet to get into. And I just straight up was spamming my controller. And like, it just happened. It was real crazy. What's up? How you doing, Mickey Mac? Welcome, and what's up, McKay? Ooh, nice. Another potential fight that we haven't done yet. I think I've done this one though. But let's go check. I'm pretty sure I've done this one. Let's go check though. What's up, big boy? Yo, wake up. I said wake up, buddy. Yeah, I'm here. Good morning. Okay, I fought this one. All right, see you later. Have a good day. You know what? Maybe I need some of them toenails though. Yeah, maybe I need some of them toenails. Do. Yeah. Give me some of them toenails, baby. Can't wait to be drinking those in an elixir. Delish. That was quick. Yeah, he was weak. He was a baby. Misko's treasure. He was a little babe. He was just a little babe that had lost his way. But I was here to remind him. Trying to get Lizabel's tails for outfits? Yeah, dude. If that kind of stuff, you just have to kind of like naturally let it happen because it does take forever. I go grinding for it sometimes. but my goal is to hopefully just naturally collect them. You know what I mean? Like, as I'm doing other stuff. And then every once in a while I sit down and go farming, you know? All right, we're about to lock into a memory here. Let's see what old Koga has to say. About the Spirit Temple.
Turns out if I stare at Zonai letters long enough, I can learn to read them. It also turns out someone named Minoru wrote this notebook I found. They were apparently the last Zonai to manage this place. Anyway, I came here looking for prototype constructs, not a big owl statue. And that isn't a construct. Right?
That isn't a construct, right? Are they just hinting to the fact that Mineru's construct is kind of like an owl face? Is that what they're hinting toward? Is that what he's like kind of saying? I know there's all these owl statues in here. That's an interesting one. So let's go back and read that one more time.
Turns out if I stare at Zonai letters long enough, I can learn to read them.
So the picture that he's looking at is actually the picture that's right down here. Let me show you. So what he's looking at, he's staring at this statue right here when he says this.
It also turns out someone named Minoru wrote this notebook I found. They were apparently the last Zonai to manage this place. Anyway, I came here looking for prototype constructs, not a big owl statue. And that isn't a construct. Right?
So this is interesting. So there's a notebook that he found. Did we know about the notebook? Is this the first time we're hearing about this notebook? Right? Because, like, I don't know if I knew that he found her notebook. But it makes sense because he was able to rebuild an evil construct. So now we know how he managed to get the construct. Ooh, I didn't know there was a free spike ball down here. Dude, hey, nice, free spike ball. Yeah. Wait, why did it go so tiny? I wanted it to be a massive spike ball. Whatever, that's fine. Oh, there's more over here. Nice. Spike balling it up. Very cool. So that's pretty interesting here. This is the Spirit Temple, and kind of spoilers for those that haven't found this themselves in game. But this is actually one of 5 temples. That's right. If you didn't know, there's actually 5 temples in The Legend of Zelda. The time is at hand. I see that you already wield the Master Sword, Link. The Demon King is surely building his power somewhere in the world, even now. You hold the Sword of Hope, which Zelda left to you. The time of the final reckoning is close at hand. Let our combined might, at last, defeat Demon King Ganondorf. I will remain here to perfectly tune this construct body that I might be ready for the confrontation. I have already sworn my pledge to you. Call upon me whenever you need my strength. It's interesting if you really think about it. This is Mineru talking to us. We're talking about somebody that could be 1,000 years old. They put their spirit in a tablet so that it could be put into a device. This is Mineru. This is the same person from the memories. Their consciousness was put into a device. And they're talking to us now from, like, in the future.
Yes.
I can't wait for Hyrule Warriors imprisonment, dude. What, you want to give me an ancient blade for 50? I know what that is. That's the item that does like a ton of damage, right? Yeah, this. Okay. And then what can you do over here? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, I can get mighty Zonite weapons here. Yeah. I gotta remember this place exists. I'm not gonna trade my Zonite because I need it to make speeder bikes. Because Leia was right, and I can't live without it. I can't live without my speeder bike. All right, nice. Nice. Some good memories from Koga today. Why don't we head to the sky? We haven't done the sky at all, besides for the first lore stream. And we did the whole Sky Island. We did every Rauru memory on the Sky Island, and that's it. So now we get to go travel around the sky. We also did the whole Thunderhead Islands as well. So now let's go ahead and travel around the sky. And let's go visit some Rauru memories here that we have yet to see. And I think one of the best ones we could start with is on Zonite Forge Island. So let's head to Zonite Forge Island. We will go ahead and fast travel for this. And this will be nice to get a break from the depths, and we can actually go and see the sunshine and the up and like just, oh. Falling stars are a pain for upgrades. Yo, Pajamarama, did you know that there's actually a way to farm fallen stars to like get them to spawn more often? I don't know the details off the top of my head, but if you're ever interested, we can, I'm sure we could actually chat about it. There is potentially Koroks in the sky, so we do want to wear our Korok outfit just in case. Here's a shrine that we've done. All right, this area actually housed a piece of clothing that I missed for probably 300 hours of gameplay. There was a piece of clothing hidden right below this right here. You have to ascend right up in here. This is where a piece of Zonite armor is. And I didn't know where it was for about 300. Actually, I didn't actually learn about where it was until I did a second playthrough of the game. Once I did a second playthrough of the game. Wow, you're right. I can get a bunch of mighty Zonite weapons here. I didn't know that. You're right. They're all just laying around. The same ones I would have paid for, I think. You jump out of the sky towers at nighttime to get them. I think that's probably one of the best strategies, yeah. Oh, Rauru. Jump scare.
Zonite was once readily found even on Sky Islands. This giant refinery is a remnant of a time where its scarcity seemed impossible. Of course, the lava that powered the refinery still remains. I should consult with my sister and see whether we can yet find a use for this furnace.
So this is the Zonite Forge Island. And that was Rauru's commentary on this specific forge. But I think the bigger thing we can take away from this is his commentary about how you could readily find Zonite in the skies. You could readily find Zonite in the skies at one point in the history of Hyrule. And I do find that to be pretty interesting. I guess they kind of just tapped it all out. Now, we've seen some other stuff in the skies. We've seen a luminous stone in the sky. We've also seen some Zonite in the caves on the Great Sky Island. But maybe they just tapped it all out. And this place was a forge, so, Neanderthal mentioned the weapons here. And, the weapons make sense, considering the forge, right? Now, let's go ahead and climb up to the top of this place, because it's one of the most gorgeous locations in the game. And while we're here, we can do a little bit of gotcha gamble. I still haven't found one of these. I actually haven't found one of these Zonite capsules somewhere in the game. I didn't know until I pulled up the app. But the app will tell you stuff you're missing. And when it comes to categories, I'm at 97% chasms. I'm missing one chasm. 96% device dispensers. I'm somehow missing a device dispenser. 91% wells, 99% other places. Yeah, I'm somehow missing a device dispenser, which is so cool. I love that. I love that there's still stuff for me to explore so far into this game's life. I absolutely adore that. That somewhere out there is something I've never interacted with before. Bet you it's behind a waterfall. True. Cool. Some junk. All right, let's go up. Up, and away. Oh, wait, you're supposed to fall down here. I mean, I have ways to cheese. Don't challenge me. Because I've cheesed before, and I'll cheese again. Don't make me. We're not afraid of cheesing. I'll do it. I think it's a little too high up, huh? I'll do it. I'll cheese. Oh, I forgot there was water here. Ooh, nice. We can go ahead and heal up. Take a nice hot bath. Num nums. What's up, Canaver? What's up, Focus on Me Play? Yeah, I'll cheese. Don't tempt me. I'll do it. Honestly, cheesing here is fun. Just depends on how high I can get myself up. Let's see if we can pull it off. I don't know if this will be higher enough or not. We might have to get a little bit higher. Yeah, we need to be a little bit higher. All right. This takes me back to our... Yo, what's up, Chaos Queen? Hey, how you doing today, man? Good to see you. You know, this takes me back to our Sky only playthrough. I had to do mega cheese stuff like this to like make the playthrough work, dude. This takes me back, man. This takes me back to the Sky only playthrough, dude. It's so funny. Like, we had to do some weird stuff. It was such a good playthrough, man. We'll get that on YouTube here once we're done releasing the first playthrough on YouTube. All right, this might not work. This is gonna take us on the outside, on the side, not all the way up, I don't think. No, exactly. All right. Now this is where we go. We go from here. All right, we stand here. All right, let's see if we can reverse this and maybe grab it. Otherwise, I'll just spawn a new one. No. Dang it, I just tried to reverse like Mario Kart. My brain, dude. I just tried... I just tried to reverse the fact that I fell off the cliff like Mario Kart. Yo, please. That's not how this game works, chat. We don't have that kind of freedom, all right? All right. We'll spawn another wing. All right, we're going to put it right about here. Should work, I think. Just in case, we'll scoot it back a little bit. We'll go higher up. All right, we're going to just hold it here for a second. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. All right, it's going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride, but it'll be fine. This should be good, I believe. See you later, Aelith. Going up. Bingo. We had to do some weird stuff to get the Sky only playthrough to work. So I'm telling you, at this point, I have all of the strategies in this game to do cool stuff outside of like glitch speed run stuff. But if it's not involving a glitch, I am telling you, dude, I put on one of the best playthroughs ever doing weird stuff that didn't involve glitches. I'm like the Point Crow of this game, but glitchless. Right? If you know who I'm talking about. Point Crow does a bunch of dope stuff, but it always involves glitches. I'm like the Point Crow of this game, but instead of using glitches and weird mechanics that break the game, I just play the game normally, but as weird as possible. I'm the glitchless master. I'm the glitchless master. The captain of weird. Yeah, dude, we did some crazy stuff, dude. We did some crazy stuff to make this game happen. The Sky only playthrough. All right, let's head over to the South Lanayru Sky Archipelago. Is that how you say that? I always forget. All right, we want to go over here. And we are going to go ahead and spawn the Forever Wing. We're going to go ahead and spawn the Forever Wing. This should be the Forever Wing, I believe. And we should be able to take this into the sky. And we don't have to play any games. We don't have to do what we did in the past. We could for fun. We could for funsies. We can get real weird, but we don't have to. We don't have to do that. We don't have to live that life anymore. We have Forever Wings. Time for a nice casual journey through the sky. This game is so beautiful, man. I could sit and play around in the sky in this game, doing absolutely nothing for hours. It's Peepo Sunday Drive. Peepo Sunday Drive status. You remember how weird we would have to go to keep these wings going? Where I had to spawn a wing on a wing, then jump on the new wing. You remember that stuff? So I would have to, while I was flying on a wing, I had to get on the very back tip, spawn another wing mid-air, grab it with Ultra Hand, swing it under me, jump on top of it, and then like hope that it stabilized. It was crazy. We had to do so much weird stuff, man. Yeah, you had to get the timing just right. Like, it was such a sick playthrough. Can we not go any higher? Are we at a limit? What's up, brown coats? Are we at a limit for how high we can be in the sky with this thing? I think we are. I don't think we can fly this thing any higher. Is this a location I've never been? It looks like I have been here, but there's a star here for some reason. All right, we're heading there. We'll take a pit stop there real quick. And then we can test how if this boy can ascend. Right? Because like it should be able to fly up. But like maybe it just can't really fly up. We're about to find out. Actually, let's just go to the higher place and we can jump down there. Just in case we can't go up, let's just go to the higher location first. Like it actually makes sense. My health is going down because we're so high up that it's cold. And my tootsies are cold. Yeah, I have cold tootsies. You need some socks. Yeah, exactly. My tootsies are a little bit cold. Y'all remember climbing these pillars? We climbed these pillars using nothing but ascend and random mechanics and like balloons, and I would jump out of the balloon and perfectly land. Like, man, I gotta go back and watch the Sky playthrough again. It was so good, dude. How is this wing infinite? So in the game, there are actually two wings that are, there is actually one wing that is infinite. And it's because of a mini game. So what somebody did is they did a glitch. Oh, this isn't good. They did a glitch and they managed to take the infinite wing from the mini game and make a design with it, which you weren't supposed to be able to do. You have to do a glitch. And then they were able to share the design because of the new feature with Zelda Notes. So normally, you'll find a mini game here on Eventide Island that spawns a wing that you need to use, and technically the wing is infinite. And it's mostly for the purpose of the mini game. And you normally cannot take the wing out of the minigame, and you cannot build while you're using it in the middle of the minigame. However, due to a glitch, you're able to take the wing with you and like attach it to a shield or something. And then you take it to the break apart, I believe, and you break it apart and you spawn it, but it's still the same infinite wing. Then you take it from there and you can build with it. And then now that you can share your designs over the internet, you can give anybody an infinite wing. And that's how this wing exists. It does involve a pretty hard glitch though. Like it involves like a pretty heavy glitch to succeed, like to pull it away from the minigame. I've done some of those pretty hardcore glitches where you desync the game and stuff like that. But I haven't done it in a while, so I can't quite explain like how it works. I just know that they're using a pretty hardy glitch to make it possible. I can't remember. It's called like, it's not Zuggling, it's the other one. There was Zuggling, and then there was another glitch where you would like desync. I don't know. I can't remember. There's like names for these glitches. What's up, Ambi, Sick, and Willowbean? How you doing? Good to see you here. Yeah, Zuggling was like the ability to like copy items. Zuggling is a different thing. All right, we're going to take this with us. There's a Rauru memory around here. Oh, the Rauru memory is up there. Or actually, it's probably down below. All right, we're going to take this with us. We're taking our wing with us. We're not losing our wing here. We're not going to lose our wing. All right, let me just check the map here. We have gotten a Korok here. We might not have explored this side enough, but there's probably nothing. I will say that's one thing that, as a greedy gamer, what I've wanted more from this game is I've wanted more Sky Island. As a greedy gamer, I've wanted more Sky Island. I'll be honest. I think more Sky Island would have been such a treat. I would have really liked to get more Sky Island. Okay. And then I should be able to go into my recent. And I should be able to build some apples here. And then I go over here and I grab some more apples and then I build. And that's the best way to apple pick. You've been schooled. There's a new Professor Layton game announced. Ooh, was there a new Professor Layton game announced? Was that something that was announced in... Was that something that was announced this past week with all the game announcement excitement? Nice. Soldier Construct Horn. Ah, see, I need level 1 Construct Horns. Yes! I need level 1 Construct Horns for armor. Ah, you can get them up here in the sky. Very nice. Where's my Construct Horns? I need level 1 Captain. I need Captain Construct 1 Horns as well. That's what I need. I need the Captains. And they're very rare because the game scales. So there's only a few of them in the world that didn't scale. Yeah, I missed the announcement as well. That's why I was asking. So what are the Professor Layton games like? Puzzle games? Ooh, there's a fairy here. Oh, hey. Nice, dude. Nice. Very nice, dude. I didn't know there was a little fairy fountain here. Perfect. I need all this stuff, and I definitely need Endura Shrooms. I definitely need Endura Shrooms. Do y'all know about the secrets of the pine cones in this game? And how if you throw a pine cone into a fire, you can create an extra burst of wind? Dang it, I scared it. Freak. I will take some of this. Take some of this. Did I scare those frogs away? No! I would have collected those froggies. Come here. Stop running from me! Puzzle games with a storyline. Interesting. I've heard good things about the Professor Layton games, but I've never played one. I've heard good things about them, but I've never played them. See, I think that those don't respawn, so that's a good indicator that I never explored this area. Okay. Yo, good morning, Brittany. Meow. We're going down. I repeat, we are going down. Valor Sky Island. All right, this is going to take a couple loops around. We're not going down enough. We don't have a good angle here. We don't have a good angle for descent. Oh my gosh, that's a blood moon? We're coming in hot. No, I didn't mean to jump off. Well, bye-bye forever, Wing. Maybe not. Saved. Saved. GG's. All right, let's get this voice memory before the blood moon, maybe. I could also use the blood moon to cook some food, but we did that last time, so I'm good. Nice. Nice little arrow farm. Break pots and boxes and barrels, and you'll never run out of arrows. That's a rule for you. Break pots, boxes, and barrels, and you'll never run out of arrows. Arrows, even. And this is your Hylian Descent Proverb 104. You're welcome. Calculated. What's up, Katie Chaos? How do you travel in the air without this plane thing? There's a couple ways you can kind of get around without the plane thing, but if you're going to be flying through the skies, you need some sort of Zonai device. Yeah, but there's lots of different Zonai devices. Zonai devices are just Legos, and you can do all sorts of stuff. All right, let's wait for the blood moon. And then we have to find this memory. I don't know where the memory is. The memory is actually up top, but I can't get up top without playing the minigame. So this is a weird one. They do want me to go all the way up. The blood moon rises into the east. Dang it. So I should have zoomed into the map. He was actually above me. So, all right, we're going to let our Forever Wing die. And instead, we're going to go ahead and play this minigame. And let's see if we can top our time. Let's just give it a couple attempts, shall we? We haven't played in a while. Let's give it a couple attempts. Yo, what's up, Meg? It's going good so far. Welcome to Storyteller Sunday. All right, my record's 23-4-6. Let's go. 23-4-6. All right, here we go. Shredded my record. Shredded my record, dude. Yo, nice, Kybells. Shredded my record. Let's go again. We can bring it lower. We can bring it lower, dude. We can bring it lower. Oh, for sure. I've gotten better at this. We can bring it way lower. Yeah, I did know that, Blue-Eyed Sam. That's cool, right? Oh, I already messed up. Oh well, let's just go for it. I forgot which button was jump and which button was sprint. All right. $22.10. We can destroy it. All right, here we go. I bet you we could get under 20, but we have to be really skilled. All right. Okay. So it all comes down to muscle memory, and you want to start drifting towards the circle. All right, so I beat my record. 2173 now. We're under 20. All right, so we need to remember the movement perfectly. That's how you get good at this. You have to remember the movement perfectly. Here we go. That one's tough. That's the hardest part about this. You see that? You see that one was the hardest one. Beat my record again? Dang. Dude, under 20 is going to be tough. I think it's doable, but probably not. Under 21 is probably more respectable for sure. More logical. All right, let's try one more time. That third one is so tough. It's hard to wrap my head around. I'm going to need a couple attempts. It's further back. I gotta. You end up going back twice, basically. All right. Do. All right, 2161. Let's go. Under 50, dude. 21 under 50, dude. Nice. Slade. 21:48. I don't know if there's a minute and 40. I don't know if there's a second 48 left for time save there. I think I could lower it to 21:30 with just super optimal movement, but that was pretty optimal, to be fair. Like, that was about as optimal as you get. Whew. That was fun. All right, let's teleport back up here because we need to be closer to the sky. I need to get all the way up here again, but there's no way to get up there without the minigame. It's real funny. So I got to figure out how to get up there. That was spicy. Yeah, dude. I brought all my times down pretty low on these mini games. I got a couple of them really low. All right, so we need to get up there. And the only way to get up there actually takes a ton of effort. It didn't seem like the Forever Wing really wanted to take us up there. I wouldn't mind trying the Forever Balloon again, but the Forever Balloon didn't seem like it was doing anything. It was real weird. Maybe I have to start it in the sky. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with the Forever Balloon. This would be the perfect opportunity for the Forever Balloon. Let's just use the speeder bike. I think the speeder bike's going to do the job here. Speeder bike should do the job here. All right, let's go. Yeah, speeder bike would do the job. Spring rots the balloon. I was considering it. I was considering it. Yeah, like, for those that weren't here for the Sky only playthrough, I climbed multiple of these islands without a glider, without access to many resources. I was doing some weird stuff. Like, for example, I would like have a balloon take me as high as the balloon could and perfectly line it up with below one of these towers. And then I would ascend through one of these towers right here. And then I would do that again. And it was a process of like ascending and having balloons carry you as high as it could before it despawned. It was so sick, dude. It was so sick. Oh, look at the sky, man. Look how beautiful this game is. You don't realize how high up into the sky these are until you do a Sky only playthrough. You just don't realize like how high up in the sky this is. Like, this is insane. Like, look at this. Dude, we're still going up. Look at this. All right, let's see what Raru Boy has to say about these trials.
Those that complete the skydiving trial are bestowed empowering attire. It allows them to better control their movement in the air. And if all the pieces are worn together, the wearer need not fear striking the ground no matter how far they fall. The ancient Zonai even fell to the surface at times, but I believe this attire kept them safe too.
So the ancient Zonai wore these outfits. I guess I didn't really consider that this wasn't just designed
Those
for
that complete
Link.
the skydiving trial are bestowed empowering attire. It allows them to better control their movement in the air. And if all the pieces are worn together, the wearer need not fear striking the ground no matter how far they fall. The ancient Zonai even fell to the surface at times, but I believe this attire kept them safe too.
Interesting. So could you imagine you're just like hanging out, living your best life in Hyrule, and then all of a sudden somebody just comes face planting Hyrule. And they just face plant and they just get up and brush themselves off and they're like, see you later. Like, they just get up, brush themselves off, like that was fun. And they're wearing like a weird owl suit. All right. So we have a couple over here. We're gonna go to the water temple. The water temple has a handful of Raru announcements, which is really good. Dude, the water temple's gonna be good. I think we're actually higher than the water temple right now. I think we might be. Actually, I'm fairly confident we are higher than the water temple right now. Yep. So this will be an easy one to get to. Let's go grab our speeder bike. Wouldn't be the weirdest thing that happens to a Hylian? Yeah. Brother showed me a cute farming game. You can ride a skateboard. It's called Star Sand Island. Cute. Sounds cute, dude. All right, let's head over here and get some lore about the water temple. It's probably going to be commentary on the mechanic to bestow clean water, I bet. I bet you that's what it's going to mainly be talking about, but we're about to find out together. Hope everyone's feeling good this Sunday. Thanks for tuning in for a Storyteller Sunday here. And we're vibing, and we're playing some Tears of the Kingdom today. Thanks for popping in. Woo! Yeah, how everything is so far apart and so high up. I think Calico hit the nail on the head. That didn't jump scare me at all. Nope, not even a little bit.
H Deshi H Deshi H Day Banger H Day Banger H Day Scream H Day Scream H Day Wink H Day Wink H Day Chat H Day Chat H to Scat Jam H to Scat Jam H Day Clap H Day Clap H Day Wiggle H Day Wiggle H Day Cheers H Day Cheers H Day Rhyme H Day Rhyme H Day Browse H Day Chap H Day Chap H Day Wave H Day Wave
okay.
Gritty H Day Gritty H D SIP H D SIP H Day Gyroid H Day Gyroid H Day Boogie H Day Boogie H to Sonic H H Day Dumper H Desnies H Desnies.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes actually a lot of sense. Thank you so much for the tier 2. For 49 months. Calculated. I can't help it that I'm so cool. Can somebody repeat that? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, yeah, no problem, dude.
H Deshi H Day Banger H Day Banger H Day Scream H Day Scream H Day Wink H Day Chat H to Scat Jam H to Scat Jam H Day Clap H Day Wig.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Thank you so much, Sleepy Cat Love. Thank you so much for 49 for tier 2. How you been, man? How you doing today? All right, let's get another voice memory. We ready? What's up, Coolanook?
The water that flows from here eventually becomes clouds and rain, bringing water down to the land. The Zora people in ancient times had dealings with the Zonai, and I can imagine they used the immense waterfall to travel from the surface to the sky. It is appropriate some refer to this waterfall as a bridge.
Wow, so the Zora were the Zora were around when the ancient Zonai were around, which I guess we could make an assumption about that because of the sages, right? So we knew that. Right? So we knew that. So we knew that the Zoras were in the past because of the sages, but I guess it was never explicitly said that there was an ancient Zora kingdom. And they would use a bridge, which was a waterfall from the surface to the sky, to interact with the Zonai. So this would have been after the sages and after the battle with Ganon, I suppose, because it wasn't until then that they raised the islands into the sky, right? It wasn't until Ganon struck and Rauru sacrificed himself that they raised the islands into the sky. I thought that was my understanding of the timeline. Originally, they were on the surface. Then they went into the sky. So there would have been a connection between the Zoras and the Zonai for some time, even after Rauru was gone. Very interesting. I guess I never really thought about that. Huh. Are you still in the main story? Because I don't want to watch if you're still in the main story. This is my main save file. So we're well past the main story. We're just doing some storyteller hunting, some voice memory hunting. So yeah, no main story. There still could be some spoilers, maybe, but shouldn't be anything too particular. It shouldn't be anything too bad. Thanks for sharing, UKNet. The dumper resonated with me. All right, dude. Nice. Not bad. Not bad. All right, let's go ahead and grab this. And let's try to get down to the next Rauru memory, which is going to be down here on the path up to the water temple. So it's going to be a little bit hard for us to get down because of the floaty device around here. Honestly, we might want to fight some of these constructs. I bet you these constructs haven't evolved. Haven't, like, scaled. No, you don't. Saved. Whew. What's up, Exhaustion? Good morning. Saved. All right, nice. There is a gotcha machine here that I want to grab. That made me laugh so hard. Had to save my stuff, man. Had to save my stuff. All right. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves. This one has fans, I believe, which we need, so. Fans and wings. Nice. All right, let's go. Just gonna drag this bad boy with us for a little bit as we go and explore just a few. We are gonna have to fight enemies here if we want to explore. And we might end up losing our bike here if we're not careful. I think we're gonna end up losing this, but let's try to save it, sure. Nice. Last time I was here, there was a bunch of poop water going through here. A bunch of poop water going through here. All right. Okay, we want to go one more layer below us. And that's where Raru's stuff is. One more layer below us. Whoa, that was intense. Nice. My friend didn't know you could expand your battery reservoir and literally avoided building the entire game because they couldn't get anywhere on a single battery. That's funny.
I have heard that the original reason for the lower gravity in this space was to reduce the jolts cargo could experience during transit. However, it has an additional use. It seems the Zora greatly enjoy the sensation of swimming through the sky.
So the lower gravity is a mechanic. It's a design. It's not just happenstance. That's another thing that I never really considered. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense that they would purposefully make some of these areas lower gravity. They said it was originally because of cargo. That's kind of cool. All right, let's go up here. There's another memory right up here from Rauru.
Thanks to the plentiful water available here, this is a prime spot for conducting water-related research. The floating spheres, for example, have the potential to revolutionize logistics, but as they do not retain their shape for long, their use is limited to certain islands.
Interesting. So he's talking about these balloons here, these bubbles. They have potential to revolutionize logistics. So like just kind of like building a sensation around us that the Zonai, despite the fact that these islands are all split up and stuff, the Zonai was like a very civilized group of people that even when they were on the Sky Islands were very much like living a very industrial life in a sense, right? Like I kind of like the idea that the Zonai, you know, we're living this way. And I like that we're getting these little hints into these ideas, right? Where is the floating fish? Okay, it's below me. Okay. As soon as we leave lower gravity, I'm going to start plummeting. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no! Bike saved. That's all that matters. Bike saved. Nice.
I thought it very strange when I heard from the Zora that there was a fish in the sky, but now I see what they meant. They also told me to stand on the edge of the center platform and look out to the southwest, but Oh, I understand. Quite befitting the Zora.
Which is something you need to interact with for a quest. So kind of funny that he comments on seeing this. That's pretty silly. Yeah. Something that you actually have to pay attention to for a quest is kind of a puzzle. Oh, wow. I think I just found my last chasm. I literally just found my last chasm? No. Okay. We had that one. I was about to say, I'm like, there's no way, right? I for sure have been below there because that's where you get a piece of a tingle or you fight hands or something. Yeah, you can switch to the sky suit right before you hit the ground. I thought about doing it, but then I thought that I would lose the impact of the impact. And I thought that was totally worth preserving. I'll be right back after a quick tinkle. All right. Don't you hate when you can't find your house slips, dude? I can't find them. I don't know what I did with them. They gotta be somewhere. I must have kicked them off. Passing out. Sometimes I'll just pass out on the floor somewhere in the house. All right. Ready to lock into some Storyteller Sunday. How's everyone feeling today? I don't know what to play today. I feel that. All right. Nice. All right, let's head to the surface and let's dive into some Zelda lore. We got a couple Rauru memories. We got a couple Koga memories. Let's head to the surface and let's get some Zelda lore in today. And let's see where we are. All right. All right, let's head to Zora Village. We're right by Zora. Let's head to Zora's fountain, dude, in Zora's Village. We're right by the Zora area, and this is perfect. Nice. This is actually perfect. We're gonna start off by going right here in the place that is a memory of a past champion. Let's go.
I'm sure that you love the view of the village from here, don't you, Mifa? I shared your final words with King Dorafan, you know. He told me, thank you, but I should be the one offering my thanks. And I do. I offer them to you. Thank you, Mifa. I wish only that we had more time together.
Aw, that's so sad. And she didn't even give us any tea. All she did was just say thank you. Aw.
I'm sure that you love the view of the village from here, don't you, Mifa? I shared your final words with King Dorafan, you know. He told me, thank you, but I should be the one offering my thanks. And I do. I offer them to you. Thank you, Mifa. I wish only that we had more time together.
And interesting that is that an ancient arowana in here? Is that an ancient arowana? I find that interesting because the ancient arowana are only in the Sky Islands. Wait, I never caught that before. The ancient arowana are only in Sky Islands or old places that are connected to the sky. Why are there ancient arowana in this lake with Mifa? I don't think you see these fish on the surface often at all. That's a very peculiar thing. Why, like, did they put those fish here? Did the fish had to have been placed here, right? Like, obviously this is a man-made structure, so like the fish had to have been placed here, right? For sure. So then it just makes you wonder, like, is there some kind of symbolism with them putting the ancient arowana here? Oh, we put them here as a quest. Oh, is there a quest in the game that we do? I wouldn't remember. It's been a while. That I believe you. That's cool. All right. Dang it. Sick. Party time, dude. Excellent. All right. We're heading down to Zora's village here. And Zora's domain. To discover ourselves another Zelda memory. Let's go. believe it's right below us. Even lower? Right around here? Close. Ah. Okay, we passed it up. Let me zoom in further. Okay, it's in the waterfall. It might be in here. I think there's something back here. No. Could involve the cave that's here. I know there's a... It's like she's standing like right here. Let me go ahead and get a piece of Zora armor on. We'll climb this waterfall real quick. Yo, what's up, Bulgy? Welcome in. Welcome to Storyteller Sundays. We're doing some more voice memory hunting today. We want all the lore. We're sopping it up. Where the heck is this memory? I think it's below us. I think we're above a cave right now. Let's go see if we can jump down here. What's up, Raiders? How was Tears of the Kingdom today? Whoop. Not what I was looking for. Yeah, here it is. It's going to be right here. Right in front of the King Dorfan's hiding place. Nope. Not yet. A little bit further down. Got it. Nailed it.
The pristine sanctum is part of the traditions a retiring Zora king follows upon abdicating their title. It is said that many generations of kings have cleansed their bodies in the pristine waters here, as well as offering one of their scales to this throne. In so doing, they symbolically abandon the earthly world.
Interesting. So, as a part of like Zora tradition, you come to the pristine sanctum to to retire. And to, I guess, kind of give yourself to the heavens in like a symbolic way. They symbolically abandon the earthly world. So we saw the king here, right? Does the king pass away in this game? I can't remember. I think he does, doesn't he? Or is he still kicking it? He retires. Yeah, he's still alive, right? He's just sick or something. Something like that. He just gets like sick or something. Or they move him to protect him temporarily. Something like that. All right, let's head over here and we'll get some voice guidance. We'll get annoyed quickly, but let's do it anyways.
Guidance activating. Proceed south.
Yeah, he gets sick. Yeah, and then he retires, right. And then he passes on the kingdom to his son. Right, okay.
Please proceed.
Not the Zelda GPS. Yeah, it gets annoying fast, but we're doing it for fun. Oh, actually, we're going to ride that rock. Let's go.
Proceed south.
this rock's perfect because we need to get higher up.
Please proceed.
No, bingo. ACNH comes back tomorrow for bingo. Yeah. I just can't turn it off while we're in the middle of a game of bingo. Technically, we're still in the middle of a game of bingo. Yeah, so we'll continue
Proceed
tomorrow.
south and to the surface.
Yeah, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday.
Proceed south and downward.
Animal Crossing New Horizons. Wednesday, Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar.
In order to prevent the damage a flooding river would cause, the Zora people and the Kingdom of Hyrule worked together to build this reservoir. In fact, though they were only amicable toward each other before the project, it was the act of building this that formed a true friendship between the Zora and the Kingdom of Hyrule.
Wait, what? Okay. They're talking about the reservoir, right? That's what, she's talking about the reservoir.
In order to prevent the damage a flooding river would cause,
right here.
The Zora people and the Kingdom of Hyrule worked together to build this reservoir. In fact, though they were only amicable toward each other before the project, it was the act of building this that formed a true friendship between the Zora and the Kingdom of Hyrule.
Interesting that kind of calling out that the Zora and the Hylians weren't always just instantly buddy-buddy, which, if you really think about it, you can always assume that there was probably some sort of, amount of time that it took for all of the different factions to come to terms with each other and to start working with each other. Now, this is the same reservoir that we would have found in Breath of the Wild, right? This is the same location for... This is where Big Boy appears. Big Boy Divine Beast. I believe this is where the Divine Beast is in Breath of the Wild. And then in Tears of the Kingdom, it's just as important of a location for different reasons, because this is where you go to the ancient aqueducts. And the ancient aqueducts is basically the start of the water temple. Because you go down there, then you go up there, then you actually show up at the water temple. Water temple is one of those dungeons that you have to consider everything you did leading up to it as the dungeon, or you're gonna feel a little bit like lacking. It's gonna make you feel like the dungeon's not big enough or there wasn't enough going on. But if you consider the ancient aqueducts and the path up, like in the sky from starting point to the water temple is actually a massive dungeon. You just have to think about it differently, because you don't enter the water temple technically until the very end of a long journey. And that's one of those things that this game does to people. I think, people are going to have opinions and they're going to feel the way that they want to feel, and that's fine. I'm certainly not going to go out on missions to try to change people's minds, because that just doesn't work in 2025. But I will say that I think if anybody feels like the temples in this game are lacking, you do want to consider the build up to the temple, because this game does Zelda differently. In the past, the build up was special, but the dungeon was even more special. That's not how they approach these games. In Tears of the Kingdom, the build up is a part of the temple. And you have to accept that, because if you don't, all the temples are going to feel lackluster in this game. That is just how it's going to be. The only temple that doesn't have a big buildup is the Fire Temple. And I would argue the Fire Temple is the best temple in the game as far as, like, substance, especially if you don't cheese it. The Lightning Temple is close behind it as one of the best dungeons in the game. But the Wind Temple and the Water Temple, you have to consider the buildup. Climbing all the way up to the Wind Temple, diving back into the storm, that is all a part of the dungeon. The dungeon itself is just one piece of it, right? And you really do want to have that mindset, because otherwise you are going to end up saying to yourself, wow, there wasn't really much going on. And I just don't think that's was their goal, right? I think their goal was obviously to get you to feel that like they want you to consider everything you did, not just the actual entrance to the dungeon. And again, if you're an old school Zelda head like me, this is very anti-traditional Zelda. Most old Zelda games, the build-up was nowhere near as exciting as the dungeon itself. In most old Zelda games. I'm sure there's some examples where it's just like this game, but there's probably not many. Right? Like, sure, you would do some quests and stuff to get in, but once you got into the temple, it was massive. Right? So, all right, let's go ahead and jump in. And no, I don't feel like fighting the Hinox. We already fought that bozo before. I already fought that bozo before. I don't want to fight that bozo again. I mean, I guess I might need his toes or something. All right, let's go. Sure. I might need some toenails. All right, first thing we're going to do is make him dance. Y'all down? Let's make him dance. Dance! Dance! Ha ha ha! Dance, puppets! Dance! Ha ha! Okay. Enough dancing. All right. And that's the reason why no one likes going for a colonoscopy. That's what we all picture in our brain what it's like. Bam, 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 bam. All right, let's go. Ooh, there's a Korok.
Thanks to their long lifespans, many Zora here in Zora's domain still remember the events of the calamity and Mipha's part in all of it 100 years ago. I do not think I will be welcomed, but it is my duty to tell them what happened to her in the end.
So this is an interesting fact that I guess none of us fully realize how many Hylians probably don't have any clue what happened during the calamity besides for maybe stories told. But the Sheikah and the Zoras will know. I don't even know if the Gorons have the same long life.
In order to prevent the damage a flooding river would...
Right? Like, I don't even know if the Gorons have that same bonus of long life.
Thanks to their long lifespans, many Zora here in Zora's domain still remember the events of the calamity and Mipha's part in all of it 100 years ago. I do not think I will be welcomed, but it is my duty to tell them what happened to her in the end.
And she doesn't think that she's going to be welcomed because they put blame on Zelda for Mipha's death. Or at least she puts blame on herself. And that's interesting. I think that from, if I remember correctly, from our Zora's Domain lore hunt during Storyteller Sundays back in 2023, that the Zora people actually have a lot of respect for Zelda, especially the king. So this is Zelda's brain. Zelda's brain is very human, and she has the human-itis, the humanism, in which she's always questioning herself and doubting herself and putting a lot of blame on herself, which is just what a good leader does. So it's kind of interesting because in all reality, there's only probably a few Zoras, like the old crotchety one, that truly do blame her or the Hylians, you know, for what happened to Mipha. And you experience that in this game, right? There's that old man that doesn't want you to have the armor, and he doesn't want to believe that Mipha loved Link, and like he didn't want to believe any of that. I think that was either Breath of the Wild or this game. So it goes to show you, like, there's definitely some animosity between the Zoras and the Hylians because of the loss of Mipha. But if you go a little deeper, you realize that it's mostly admiration for Zelda. And our Storyteller Sundays, I remember specifically, like, it's mostly admiration. Zelda isn't frowned upon by the kingdom, rarely. Now, the Hylians in general maybe do have a little bit of, you know, maybe there's a little bit of negativity towards Hylians in general as just like a race. But I don't think that that's really geared towards Zelda much at all in this game, at least not from what I remember. And it seems like there's a Korok around here. I wonder where this Korok is gonna be. Do we think it's up the tree? Or it could be that rock right there. The tree. Got it. What's up, Ginger King? Good to see you. You got your Switch 2 this morning? Yo! Nice, dude. I'm trying to do Mario Kart once a week. I'm at 86.99%. We're almost there. We almost made it to 87%. We've been in the 86% for so long. We're almost there, dude. All right. Let's go. We have some more memories here in Zora's domain with Zelda. Let's go. Let's dive in. What a beautiful bridge, right? Zora's domain's probably one of the most gorgeous locations in the game. Just look at this. Do 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 do. I never noticed the eyelashes either. It's funny. Do 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 do.
A 100 years ago, a statue was made to celebrate Mipha, the Zora champion. It is now a memorial to her sacrifice. Apparently, it is thanks to Sidon that it stands where it does. It was he who proposed it be relocated to a place with a wonderful view.
I think Sidon did the right thing by moving the statue. And I love seeing myself in the center of Zora's domain. I love that Link is here. I love that so much. Oh. Oi! Let's grab these arrows. Always grab the arrows. Always grab the swift violets. We don't need anything else. Always grab the fish. Precious fish in all of Hyrule. And I'm not talking about the Zoras themselves. Ooh, memory.
I have heard that an important part of the process of crafting Zora armor is a prayer for the safety of a loved one. Apparently, Mifa often came to this place to work on armor she made for Link. However, in the end she left the armor with King Dorephan. Perhaps she knew she would not be able to hand it to Link herself.
That's so sad. Like, she knew. She knew she was gonna... Let's go ahead and listen to that one again.
I have heard that an important part of the process of crafting Zora armor is a prayer for the safety of a loved one. Apparently, Mifa often came to this place to work on armor she made for Link. However, in the end she left the armor with King Dorephan. Perhaps she knew she would not be able to hand it to Link herself.
Since you're at my forge, I can only mean one thing. You desire to possess the light scale trident, correct? The light scale trident. No, I can still feel the presence of the light scale trident somewhere in the world. You do not have it with you, but it must be somewhere out there. It must be most unfortunate if it fell into the hands of monsters. You must go in search of it. Nope, it's just sitting at my house. Don't worry. Don't worry, just sitting at the pad. Do 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 do. Just sitting at the pad.
Waterbeds. I had only mentioned it in passing to the proprietor 100 years ago, so it was quite a shock to see the fanciful notion brought to life. And laying in one feels just as I imagined, like floating in a lake. I hear travelers enjoy the beds, but even more surprising, so do the Zora.
The Zora like water beds. Who would have thunk? I would have never. I would have never. Have anybody here actually slept in a water bed before? Water beds are goofy, man. I don't know. I slept on it as a kid once, and it was really cool, but I don't know if I would like one permanently. I don't really know if I would like one. So Zelda introduced Zoras to water beds. Okay. It always gave me nightmares. Jeez. What's going on back here? I remember these two. Sasan, how wonderful it would be if you could stay here in the domain forever. Then again, if you did that, I wouldn't be able to hear your stories about your adventures in the other places you visit. Haha, that's true. It would be amazing if we could go on an adventure together one day, Finley. So, like, these two might be, like, the same age. Because of the way Zora's age. I'm not sure, but, like, they could be. I think there's a quest with this guy. Out in the world somewhere. The first time I ever slept in a waterbed as a kid, it exploded. The trauma, solid as M, dude. That's crazy. All right, one more memory here in Zora's domain. And then we're going to go to Hateno Village. And there should be a good one at Hateno Village because Zelda had some secret stuff going on there.
With Link accompanying me, I told the gathered Zora of Mifa's fate. The throne room was filled with sobs and angry shouts, but King Dorephan quieted everyone when he spoke, offering a simple, soft thank you. His words felt like he was giving me permission, even telling me to move on, to not be held prisoner to the past.
Wow. Wow, the wisdom of the king. Even when he lost, I think, his daughter, right? All he had to say was just, thank you. Giving her permission to move on. giving Zelda permission to not be held prisoner from the past. That's really powerful, man. That's really special.
With Link accompanying me, I told the gathered Zora of Mipha's fate. The throne room was filled with sobs and angry shouts, but King Dorephan quieted everyone when he spoke, offering a simple, soft thank you. His words felt like he was giving me permission, even telling me to move on, to not be held prisoner to the past.
Dude, the voice actor did such a good job with these. It almost sounds like she's crying in the memory, like she's holding back tears. They did such a phenomenal job with these voice memories. It's insane. Like, when Nintendo puts their mind to something, they really do pull off some wonderful stuff, man. How cool is that? Zora's Domain completed. I do want to head over to Hatino, and we will do a fast travel this time. Maybe not. Maybe not. There might be enough stuff for us to do on the way. Holy heck, look at my map. It's crazy. Yeah, we could walk there. Hatino's not terribly far, and we could get into some shenanigans on the way. Let's fast travel and start from here. Let's start from here. What's up, Random 18? Good to see you, man. All I remember is every time I moved, the person on the other side would roll up. And then as a kid, I got a stay still. Yeah, you're talking about on the waterbed? Yeah. Stay still. Lay. Go sleepy. I wet the bed. And then he just puts a bunch of newspapers under him. What's going on up here? This has got to be a lion, right? What's going on here? What's up with all these skulls? And we haven't really explored this river, huh? I should fight those Lizavulses, but I'm just going to ignore them. Screw them, right? Whoa. The boys. The boys. Leave me alone, dude. Yeah, we did all the memories in Kakariko. All right, there's one all the way at the spring on Lanayru Mountain. Let's do that and then Hatino. That's our goal. All right, we're going to climb Lanayru. We could fast travel, but... What's up, Tweediculous? Good to see you. How you been, dude? Do 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 do. All right, let's go. Adventure Captain. Now we've explored these areas pretty thoroughly, but you never know if you're going to stumble across something you haven't seen before. That's the whole point. That's why you go back and you keep exploring. A Korok that we likely already got, but maybe not. Yep. Yeah, what's up, Tweed? All right. Heading to the Spring of Wisdom for a Zelda memory. We could fast travel up there, but like I said, I kind of just like walking places. Race to World First, World of Warcraft stuff. So they released like a new set of raids or something, right? Is that what it is? They released a new set of raids? Like a new tier? I've been playing WoW Classic. I'm like a level 46 or something on the anniversary servers. I've been having fun. Do 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 do. All right, some rushrooms. Got to get some of these. We love some rushrooms. Last raid of this expansion. Yeah. I played the new expansion like right when it came out. And it was my first time back in retail WoW for a long time. Since Pandaria. I enjoyed it, but I stopped playing it because like the way that WoW retail's designed is like it's just very I don't know, it's just very different, you know. So kind of why I stick with classic. Once I realized that everything was seasons and that all of the hard work that I was putting in was just gonna get erased after the season ended, I lost a ton of interest in retail. I was like doing mythic raids and like I was like 4 bosses into the mythic raid and I had done the whole raid and I was doing mythic dungeons with a pretty bad rating and I was doing PvP and I was kind of like playing the game, and then it just hit me that everything I was doing was going to go away way sooner than I thought. You expect it with expansions and stuff, but not like, I don't know. I was just put off. So back to classic we go. Watching world first stuff is cool. I dig that kind of stuff. I dig kind of competitive gaming, especially like PvE VP, right? Which is like what that is. It's like PvE VP VE VV PvP VE, which is kind of neat. Yeah, it's fun. Some kind of boss in these woods. What do we think we're gonna find? I marked these woods with a skull. What do we think we're gonna find in here? I don't know. Usually if I mark something with a skull, it means there's like a fight. All right, that's a Korok puzzle we've already gotten. I don't know, there's nothing here. Was this an accidental mark? Why did I mark this with the skull? Oh, was it because of this fight over here? Okay, sure, let's go fight these dudes over here. I don't know, I don't think this is it. I don't usually mark these types of fights, but... All right, let's go ahead and completely gear up for this. Soldier armor, set. All sages activated. Full set of armor on. Shield activated. Sword. And we'll go ahead and we'll make ourselves a quick weapon. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's go. Get him! Oh, it was like 3 dudes. A little bit overkill, I suppose. It was like 3 guys. Okay, well. Back to being naked and afraid. Back to being naked and afraid. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, good to see you back in the chat, dude. Thanks for popping back in. Glad to hear you're enjoying some good content, man. Ooh, big old box of arrows. Really strange that I marked this area with this skull. Maybe it's only something that's here during the day, which I don't think that's a thing. Really confused why I marked this with the skull. Maybe it was meant for the depths. Oh, it's still raining. Ugh. Hey. Hey, leave this person alone, dude. You scumlord. I come up here to you just feasting on a dead body? Dang, person got jacked. All right, let's get cozy around the fire. That person was being eaten alive? I guess so, man. I guess so. Oh, now the person's gone. Oh, no, here they are. Oh, it's the bug guy.
Hi.
We meet again. I hope you're well. I am, as always, on the hunt for more bugs. Since we're both here, let me buzz your ears with some bug facts. Have you run into any restless critters? When you're idly slashing grass, that tends to stir them up. But only if you're using something sharp to cut the grass. I found that even a wooden stick with a sharp rock for a blade will do the trick. Anyone can aspire to catching bugs, but only the truly resourceful will master the art. And that is for Dr. Waiter's Insect Crash Course. I hope we meet again sometime. Water? Waiter? I guess it's probably water. I don't know, man. Weevil Underwood himself in the flesh. Weevil Underwood himself, dude. Can I drink? Do I not have any food to help me with cold temperatures? What the heck, man? There we go. Is this an enemy camp? Hey! Yo, I need your tail, dude. Oh, ah, oh, ah, oh. You son of a B word. Dang, no tails, man. But they have a cooking pot. Homies were cooking up some meals, dude. All right, we could use some more HP healing meals. So let me grab a couple hearty truffles. Is there a reason that his skin is purple? No, I don't think so. Maybe because he's in the cold for so long. No, I think there's just different colored people in this universe, and some of them are purple. Yeah, the bug guy. The bug gay? He could be gay. I would accept that. Maybe he's just gay for bugs. I'd accept that as well. Maybe he's a ladybug. No assumptions here. All right, we're walking on snow. This is a job for snow boots. Ah, the beauty of walking on snow with snow boots. He's purple from drinking nothing but bug juice. Do 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 do. Oh, hey. Nice, get ourselves some chew jelly. Don't mind if I do, especially the frost chew jelly. That stuff's good stuff. That stuff is very useful. That's some good stuff. No Koroks on this path so far. I don't know why the snow and sand boots don't have the cold heat resistance. Makes me sad. Yeah, I agree with that statement. It's a little frustrating to have to deal with. Like, you have to make weird combo outfits and eat food and stuff. Like, yeah, I get it. I guess it would have made the snow boots or sand boots, like, maybe too overpowered. Sometimes when those types of questions occur to me, I try to think in the terms of a developer. You know, and I'm like, maybe they thought it was going to be OP. I don't know. If that is the case, just let us have fun. Ooh, that's a silver Lizavels, or a white one. That's a big boy. Let's see if we can surprise him. I don't think he's ready for this, chat. Oh, this is ice. We can't climb this, huh? Dude, you can't climb ice at all. Wow. Stop. Okay. Here I come. Sneaky. Now, this guy might die to a fire arrow, but it's not worth it because I might need his tail. All right, maybe I could get a little bit tricky here. Let's see if we can get tricky here. This might be too noisy. Y'all want to get tricky? It's tricky. You know what I'm saying? Like tricky. No, don't slide. All right. Okay, he might have heard me. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and put on a really nice bow. Let's do a ×3 damage bow. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. He might hear me. This is worth it though. Sucker! It's tricky! I'll be here all week. Yo, what's up, Nisi Star? I met this little girlie. Her hair was kind of curly. You're funny. Bum 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 bum. Going up. We haven't shot out of a tower in a while, so we should do that after we get this Zelda memory here. That's going to be right precisely here.
The last time I descended this mountain, the powers I had inherited were still beyond my grasp. The calamity was soon to come, with all its despair and destruction. But now, thanks to the flame of hope kept alive by the champions, by Link, I can do my utmost for everyone.
Oh, there's somebody up here. What the frick? Interesting. So this is a little bit of commentary on her experience from Breath of the Wild.
The last time I descended this mountain, the powers I had inherited were still beyond my grasp. The calamity was soon to come, with all its despair and destruction. But now, thanks to the flame of hope kept alive by the champions, by Link, I can do my utmost for everyone.
So just a little bit of self-growth, right? Just a little bit of self-growth here with Zelda. And her coming back up here a second time to almost face her demons. And this is just her thoughts on that exact process of coming up here a second time and realizing that through Link and the champions that she can do her best. She doesn't have to be so hard on herself. I'm Nazby the treasure hunter, searching for the legendary hole. Huh? You found it? The spring high in the heavens was in the sky? You went through the rings of light and a shrine appeared? How do I put this delicately? Way to go. Well, that's amazing. As a kindred spirit, I'm not upset at all that you found the mountain treasure. I'm proud. The treasure is yours, of course. No need to split it with me. Because you see, I'm Nazby, the treasure hunter who knows that the past is the past. I only look towards the future. That said, I think I'll stick around this mountain a little longer. Finding one legendary treasure doesn't rule out there being more to discover. Till we meet again, my kindred spirit, and risking life and limb to chase legends. Nice. They even wrote an excuse for why this guy's still standing here. I told him that I found the treasure and he's gonna stick around, chat. He's not giving up. What's up, Chris? So I have the opportunity to do an editorial internship next summer in London. I have to raise $8,000. Holy heck. Well, I wish you the best of luck towards that goal if it's something that you pursue. That's pretty special, man. Yo, we got Bookworm in the house. Yo, Hardy H-Des Waves in the chat if you got a free hand. H-Des Waves in the chat. Oh, maybe that skull was the hands. That's a good thought. Maybe that was a hand spawn. Yeah, maybe. Hands don't spawn every time you go past a location. It's one of the weird things about this game. Hands aren't guaranteed to spawn, even in locations that they're supposed to spawn. So if that was a hands location and they didn't spawn there, it was just maybe bad luck. That might have been why I marked it with the skull, but I guess marking it with the skull is a bad idea if I'm using the skulls for something else. So, oh well. All right, here we go. Here we go, baby. We haven't done one of these in a while, dude. Ooh, there's a dragon over there. We might want to go towards the dragon, actually, so we can get some parts. Let's go. Wingsuit, anybody? Let's go. We're heading towards Hatino. We're heading towards Hatino Bay for one more memory here. In this vicinity. And why don't we grab ourselves a nice piece of a dragon while we're at it? Let's go for a claw this time, even though I think I need teeth. Nice. GG's. Very cool. Playing ACNH on my new island plans just got derailed. I realized that I could keep Blathers in his little tent and turn this into my country island and redo my old island into the town build I wanted for this one. Oh, nice. Yeah, people do the whole leaving Blathers in the tent thing as like an aesthetic choice. That's really cool. I really like that, actually. I don't remember this cave at all. Let's go in this cave. Because I don't remember it. And maybe there's something cool in here. I don't know. How do you keep the tent? You just never donate Blathers the 10 items. But you can continue to progress the game, I think, outside of that. It's like something along those lines. Yeah, you just like don't ever donate because Blathers isn't the only thing that Blathers can't do without his full museum, I think, is stuff like maybe Brewster. I don't obviously you can't bring Brewster if you don't have a full museum. So there's some drawbacks, but I don't think it stops you from progressing the game. Like, I think you can still progress the game like normally. You could still get the Able Sisters, get Timmy and Tommy's shop. Like, all that stuff's still very much on the table. Oh, this is a cave that has 2 exits. That's funny. Well, let's fight some Horriblins. Horriblins might be the scariest monsters, dude, in this game. They seriously might be the scariest monsters in this game. Let me turn it down a little bit. Horriblins are horribly scary. What up, Skargan? I'm looking for a good Switch farming sim. Couldn't think of a better group to ask. Any recommendations outside of Stardew for the Nintendo Switch? So, I mean, a big first one to maybe look at is like My Time at Portia, which is farming, but also crafting and like a couple other things. It's not just farming, but that game's come a long way and it's totally worth mentioning for farming stuff on the Switch that I know exist on the Switch. I also recommend maybe checking out I don't know if Roots of Paka made it to the Switch yet, but that one's people recommend that a lot. I don't know if Cattle Country is on the Switch. I don't think it is. Yeah, Roots of Paka would probably be another one that I would recommend. I didn't play it though, keep that in mind, but enough people here have played it and talked about it that I can recommend it just indirectly. Yeah, Coral Island's not on the Switch, unfortunately. If you're looking for something very close to Stardew, you might want to check out the Story of Seasons games. But they're a little bit more old school, Mr. Skargan. So you have to have a willingness to kind of play an older game that was remade in the modern era. All right, so I'm going to give you a couple recommendations. All right, here you go. So first off, you have Story of Seasons Friends of Mineral Town, which is a remake of a farming sim all the way back from like 2002 from the Game Boy Advanced. It's called Friends of Mineral Town. It's really good, but again, it's a remake of an old game, so it feels old. You have to kind of be willing to play an old game. I have another. Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life. Same problem. You have to be willing to play an old game. And if you're willing to play an old game, A Wonderful Life is a seriously great game. It's super antiquated. It's from 2004. All right. And it's dope. It's such a good farming sim, but it's old. So just keep that in mind. And then here's the last. Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town, which is a modern farming sim from the same company. It kind of plays like My Time at Portia meets Stardew Valley. Lots of farming, lots of ranching, lots of machines and processing of goods. You can get really nuts, and it's a lot of fun. So I recommend checking out the Story of Seasons games if you want something close to Stardew. Because Stardew was, in fact, inspired by Friends of Mineral Town, one of the 3 games I just mentioned to you. All right? Again, I'll circle back to Roots of Paka. I think that's probably one of the closest to Stardew you're going to get on the Switch. I haven't played it, but I've heard really good things. All right. Lastly, I wouldn't recommend Graveyard Keeper. It's not a farming sim. I also wouldn't recommend Fantasy Life. It's not a farming sim. Not that I'm I'm not challenging people in the chat. I did feel the need to say my piece on that though. While Fantasy Life is a phenomenal game, it's not a farming sim. And while Graveyard Keeper is a phenomenal game, it's not a farming sim. But if you're looking for 2 wonderful games that are maybe similar, you could check out those games. But, you know, you came asking for farming sims, and that's my answer. Don't sleep on Friends of Mineral Town and A Wonderful Life. Beautiful games. Seriously, from 2002, we're talking the golden era of gaming, baby. 2000 to 2010, like, great games. Just so old that they're hard to recommend without a bunch of disclaimers. Like, warning, you are picking up a very old game that at first is going to feel old and slow and crusty, but once you really start to sink your teeth in, you realize that it has the same potential of you know, a Stardew Valley experience. So, but I really love recommending the Story of Seasons games, you know, just with a little bit of a disclaimer. Yeah, I played Conkers back in the day, and we played it for like a teeny bit on stream way back in like 2020. Bum 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 bum. What's up, Pog Musketeer? Elite game for sure. No, I never played Melee on stream. I played Smash Ultimate way back in 2019. I actually got a copy of Melee sent to me for the original GameCube, which I treasure that gift. But I never actually played it on stream, mostly because I would be playing it by myself. Now, there is a way to play Melee online using an emulator, but I've never taken the time to set it up. Nice. Thank you, by the way, chat, for jumping in with recommendations. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Shout out to Gil. Shout out to Sidey. Shout out to Toad. Thanks for helping me answer that question. Shout out to Pixie Rose. Shout out to L Rob. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's a lot better when it's more than just me. I guarantee you. Thank you. Thank you for jumping in. You can do gameplay where you unlock all the characters. Yeah, I've thought about that. I've thought about doing like all-star mode and just like unlocking all the characters and treating it like a single player game. I have a weird relationship with Smash Brothers though, because I played Smash Brothers competitively, and it's the only game that I really ever played competitively. So it kind of warped my brain, and it's kind of hard to enjoy Smash Brothers casually. Anybody who's ever played something competitively, you might be able to relate to this. It's kind of hard for me to just like load up Smash Brothers and want to play it casually. I'm coming around though. Now that I haven't played it competitively for like a couple years, I'm starting to like come around and like get back into the idea of playing Smash just to play Smash, just to enjoy it. But it kind of made playing the game outside of a competitive environment seem really lame to me. Like once I tasted the true competitive energy, I never wanted to go back. I don't know why. It's like a weird brain thing. You load it up and you're automatically want to go into go mode? Yeah. My main for Melee was Dr. Mario. I could play Peach, I could play Link, but my main was Dr. Mario. The boy, the doctor himself. All right, we have a Korok right in front of us. Nice. So yeah, my point is that now that I'm starting to come to terms with playing the game casually, I've thought about doing some Melee content for sure. Yeah, I think I might. Yo, take a look at this. I think we just found Ganon's horse. All right, hold on. Let's deal with these keys first. Let's get ourselves some key swings. Y'all down? Let's get ourselves some key swings. Yo, back up. Back up. Back up. I hate these skeletons. I hate these boneheads. Come get it, Keys. Come get it. Come get it, Keys. You know you want a taste of this flesh. Let me show you some knee. I knew it wasn't gonna last forever. I hate these boneheads so much. Will you do something, Talon? Boom. Thank you very much. Freaking boneheads. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Bonehead. Oh, the other one's down here. Oh, wow. And then the Yiga as well. Back up, fool. All right, here it is. I've never actually found Ganon's horse in this game. Somebody mentioned it one day when I was playing the game in 2023. I fast traveled over this area and somebody was like, I flew over this area, glided, and somebody was like, yo, this is Ganon's horse. And I didn't even think it was still in the game. This is it. This is it. This is Ganon's horse right here. Dude, can we take this to a stable? I don't know. We could take the other giant horse to a stable. We might have to do that. No, I don't think I technically have a Pona. Look at this horse. Look at this horse, dude. I don't think I have a Pona, no, because I don't have the amiibo. Right? You have to have the amiibo to get a Pona, right? I have Zelda's horse. I have the massive white horse. Those are the two rare horses I have. All right, we have to take this thing to a stable stat, which is all the way over here. So we have an adventure now. I can send you the amiibo. That's okay. Somebody sent me an amiibo device that I can put any amiibo I want into. Yeah, thank you. Somebody sent me a device that I can turn into any amiibo. I just haven't used it yet. Our buddy Neanderthal sent it to me. He sent it to me so I could get the last glider in the game because I don't have the Wind Waker glider, my favorite Zelda game. So he sent it to me for that. But you know, we could use it for anything. Yeah, they just released a whole new set of amiibos. I don't know if they have any special unlocks for this game. I don't think they do, but I found them at GameStop. Dude, I just went to GameStop and they had every single Tears of the Kingdom amiibo that just released. All of the champions, they had everything just sitting right on the wall. And they've all just gone up in price. But yeah, they were all just right there at GameStop. I didn't buy them because $30 each is a lot. And I don't got money like that. I thought they gave you gliders and fabrics. Well, maybe we're talking about two different things. So let's be clear. The Ganon, Daddy Ganon, Tears of the Kingdom Link, and Tears of the Kingdom Zelda amiibos that came out with the game. All right. That stuff all has gliders and fabrics and fun stuff. What I'm talking about is the brand new amiibos they just released. Unibo and the other champions, all 5 champions just got amiibos. These just came out like with the Switch 2. Those, I don't know if they give any in-game items. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I'm not sure. The new amiibo are currently on sale. Oh, wow, they're $10 off? Ooh, I don't know if my GameStop had them on sale. I might have to look online. Unibo and those other guys, I always forget their names. There's Sidon, so there's a new Sidon one. Riju. Yeah, I always forget their names. Tullen. Unibo and those other guys. All right, let's go get this memory. All right, there's some keys that are going to try to fight me. Oh, I deserve that. All right, you're not gonna run off. Good boy. Good boy. I thought you might run off. All right, I got a treat for you. I got a little treaty. Isn't that good? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? All right, stay right here. Ah, monsters! You son of a B word! I'm trying to connect with my horse! Gosh! Hyrule's never safe. Jeez Louise. I found Link's horse that I'm using. It was in the old cutscenes in Tears of the Kingdom. Nice. Eat that apple, dude. That's all you, baby. That's all you, baby.
Even though 100 years have passed, and so many things have happened, this place hasn't changed a bit. Its enduring nature has shown me that it's all right not to force change.
What an interesting little commentary. So as she says this, she's looking out right here. She's looking at this beach, this nature, these trees, and then this is what she says.
Guidance activating.
Well, not that. She says, guidance activating.
Even though 100 years have passed, and so many things have happened, this place hasn't changed a bit. Its enduring nature has shown me that it's all right not to force change.
It's all right not to force change. I like that. I like that. It's all right to sometimes just let things be the way they are. Like, that's dope. I really like that. That's like wisdom you can take with life. Hey, dude, what's up? This is the place for me. Yo, me too, man. Oh, it seems like you do a lot of traveling. You are making sure to stop by your hometown now and then, right? If you follow the coast southwest, you'll arrive to my hometown, Lurker. Between the pirate attack and recovering from the pirate attack, things were a little rocky out there for a while. But thanks to some guy everyone's calling the savior of the village, the place is happier and more peaceful than ever. Now I can catch and sell fish here in Hatino with a clear conscience. Take a look at the fish I caught. Oh, nice. This guy doesn't realize that I'm the hero. He doesn't realize, like, I'm the guy. The Toonish canister is finally available for time bending in DDV. Wait, what? What happened? Were you dealing with a glitch? Have you decided what you're gonna name this majestic stallion? No, I don't know. What would Ganon name his horse? I feel like Ganon would name his horse just horse with a lowercase h, like we did on Rob Boss's first playthrough in Stardew Valley. Just horse with a lowercase h. Did y'all know that horses will actually walk the roads automatically? Look at this. Did you know that? Here's a little bit of Zelda trivia for you. Horses actually will walk paths automatically. You don't actually have to do anything if you just put them on a path. All right, this guy still doesn't like me, so I need to, like, make him a little bit happier, though. This guy's still pissed off at me. Yeah, isn't that dope? I think it's one of the coolest features in the game. That you can literally just put the controller down and just enjoy Hyrule as long as there's no monsters that come around. So we want to go this way. Let's see if he can do this turn. Oh, he even got the turns down, dude. Good boy. All right, on the way to the stable here. Frick. Stop getting pissed. Stop it. You're bashing your head against stuff because you're being a jerk. Be a good boy. He still hates me. All right, I'm going to feed you this apple, and then I'm going to go feed this dog. And you're going to deal with it. You better stay right there. Hi, dog. Sup, pup? You want some meat, dude? Because I got some good stuff for you. Oh, I went by an apple tree. Maybe that's why he freaked out. All right, he's walking around. He's going somewhere. He's still not officially my horse, so I have to be careful, I think. He's like, yo, I want some of that food. Nice. Take me to treasure, baby. Let's go. Nice. We never got treasure from this dog before. Take me to the treasure. Thank you very much, doggo. Ooh, a royal bow durability up. We'll take it. Yeah, this is the Ganon horse. Yeah, this is it. This is Ganon's horse, his stallion himself. This is the horse that Ganon used. Or so the tales say. Or so the tales say. All right, calm down. Calm down. Calm your tatas. It's okay. Do. What's up, NLB? Good to see you, dude. Welcome in. All right, let's see how successfully we can walk this path without him getting pissed off. Let's find out. Nope, he's already pissed. He's such a jerkweed, man. It makes sense. It's literally Ganon's horse. You know what I mean? Like it's literally Ganon's horse. Like it makes sense that he would be a little jerk off. All right, let's see if we can get the horse music playing. Oh, nope, it's not going to play with enemies afoot. Oh, I don't think this is where I want to go. It is. All right, nice. We're on the right path. Do. Oh, these are Yiga right here. Some Yiga boys. Oh, we just killed some birds. Oops. Oh, Korok. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was enjoying that song. Korok, more like Borophyll. Oh, I got some drumsticks from that bird. Nice. Yo, wait, hold on. Okay, it's over here. Are you leading me to the Korok? Here, let me just leave you a pile of apples to eat. And maybe you'll chill the fuck out. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta find this Korok. Got it. And we are officially at 87%. 87.7%, dude. We're under 13% to go. Rock on, man. Rock on. The journey continues. You still eating those apples, buddy? You can eat as many as you want. I'll just wait for you to finish your meal. There's enemies right outside the gate you might have issues getting through? No, not at all. Watch. Watch the strategy. Watch the strategy. No issues at all. Alright, one more apple for Mr. Ganon's horse. I have an apple in the fridge today. I have a golden delicious apple. I should eat it. All right, let's go. You ready? Ready, big boy? It didn't work. My strategy. I had a strategy. It didn't. Ah! Get out of here. The strategy was panic. The strategy was to panic. Get wrecked. I see, I told you I had a strategy. My strategy was that I had no strategy. Hey, 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 hey. Look what we brought, dude. Nice. Oh, what a splendid horse. Do you want to register it? Yes. The horse will be in good hands. Look at this big boy. He's a wild temperament. Thank you. All right, please enter a name for your horse. Daddy. We don't actually have any other saddles or bridles big enough for that horse. And I don't think this steed would want to mess with me to mess with his mane either. But if you ask me, there's no need to make any changes. The horse looks good. This old world of ours is just full of surprises, isn't it? Interesting. I kind of like it naked, but that's okay. Dude, this horse is huge. It can barely go anywhere. This horse is it hates me, dude. Whatever, I'm just leaving you here, dude. Once he's registered, I'm good, right? I don't have to think about it anymore. Oof, nice. All right. Let's go back and fight those robot people real quick. I saw some robot boys over here. Let me go fight them real quick. All right, these guys are going to hurt. So we actually probably want to have some armor on. These guys are going to hurt. Let's wear our classic tunic. Grab ourselves a shield. Actually, I think if we grab ourselves one of these shields, then we might be able to reflect any damage. And then we just need a weapon. All right, let's go. Now, we could have some fun. We could build some kind of war machine to fight them. What the heck? He's got a bounce shield? What kind of trash is that, dude? This dude's got a spring shield. I never thought about that. That's so funny. It makes me laugh every time. Homie has a bounce shield. I know you can put mushrooms at the edge of spears. All right. And if you put a mushroom on a spear, you can turn it into a bounce weapon. But I never thought about putting a spring on a shield. That's actually so genius. What the frick? Homie had a charge attack? Is there weapons that do more damage to these guys or something? Like the same way that there was like weapons that did better damage to guardians in Breath of the Wild? Zonai weapons? I never have Zonai weapons on me. That's probably why, huh? That's probably why I don't know that is what I'm saying. Because I never have Zonai weapons on me in the first place. Alright, not bad. Just collecting some materials for upgrading gear. And since we're really close to a fairy fountain, let's run over to the fairy fountain and grab ourselves some upgrades. I think we can do a couple piece of gear upgrades. Probably not a lot because we haven't really been farming materials. We've mostly been just doing voice memories, but let's take a pause here and let's go see what's up with this fairy fountain. And then we could head to a couple more Zelda memories here. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Oh, I was gonna ride that rock, but I got distracted. I guess we can ride this one, even though it's not as necessary. Oh, I love that I get to live my SpongeBob dreams in Tears of the Kingdom. I get to literally just ride rocks. Yeah, I do have a house. Yeah, I can go show you it if you want. I do have a pad. Oh, here she comes. Dami Mami Kotera. Oh, we're 2 Lionel Guts away from getting level 4 soldier armor. Nice. We're gonna hold off. I like to do upgrades when I have everything ready. Nice. We can get level 3 Zora armor. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, wait, I'm broke. So we're only doing the Zora armor. All right, let's go to Goron Mountain and get some money after this. All right, we'll just get these 3 pieces of armor. No, I don't want to equip it. I want her to upgrade it. What? All right, let me do my thing. Smooches. All right, nice. We were farming up the parts for this for a while. You bought a new espresso maker and grinder? Nice. I've never had espresso from an espresso maker, like, domestically. Only, you know, from like a coffee shop. And even then, I've never actually had straight espresso. I've only ever had it in like a dirty chai or in like a red eye, where you just get like regular coffee and you throw a shot of espresso in it, right? Here's a giant angry horse. See ya. Yeah, I didn't put him in the stables because he'll automatically go back in the stables if I just like request. Like, once I learn that the horses just teleport back into the stables, I'm way less pressed to like put them back in. Does that make sense? Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and take advantage of being here and get ourselves some weapons fixed up. So let's go ahead and repair some weapons here. Okay. Oh, also, we need to turn off Tullen. He's going to kill him on accident. All right, now we want to kill it. Got it. Can I lift the rock up? No, I can't. Now we want to kill it so it resets for the blood moon. Oh, you can't be aiming at it. This game has silly mechanics like that. Yeah, you can't. They know you're aiming at them. All right, nice. And we repaired our Lizavul spear to be a long throw spear. Pretty bad, actually. That's fine. And then also, I just remembered, we didn't get our daily bonus for the day. We didn't get our daily bonus. Let's go ahead and see what it is real quick. Daily bonus from the app. What are we gonna bonus here? We got Scorching Meal. Boo. That's some doo-doo, man. I guess I didn't have to use it, but I was hoping that it was going to be repair all my weapons, because that's obviously the best one. Repair all my weapons, but you can only use it once a day, so you never know what you're going to get. All right. Where is the gem seller, gem buyer? There she is. Yeah, welcome back. No problem, Pixie. Whoa, memory. Ooh.
This restaurant specializes in grilling various foods, though it seems they are planning on leaving this location to a skilled chef and opening a new shop along the road. Since they were moving on, they were kind enough to give me a seared steak as a gift.
What? So I didn't realize we hadn't gone in Goron Village. There's a bunch around Goron for us to explore. What? So she's talking about some restaurant in the area and they're moving? This restaurant specializes in grilling various foods, though it seems they are planning on leaving this location to a skilled chef and opening a shop along the road. Yes, and she's talking about that shop is like way down here. It's right here, right? Bedrock Bistro. Bedrock Bistro. Nice. So apparently Bedrock Bistro used to be here, but they moved. Okay. I didn't know that, actually. All right, let's see what gems that this Hoochie Mama wants. Just kidding. That was rude of me. Diamonds? You want to buy 10 diamonds? Oh, that's not... I don't want to sell my diamonds. I only have 15. Oh, can you please buy my topaz? If I don't sell her the diamond, she's not going to offer to buy anything else. That's the problem. Oh, dude, I don't want to sell my diamonds, though. They're rare, dude. Yo, look at this guy in the back. Freeze frame. Ah! I feel like diamonds are rare. I don't want to sell my diamonds to this chick. Dang. All right, we'll just sell our diamonds to a regular store. Or not our diamonds, but our gems. We won't get the bonus. We'll just sell our gems somewhere else. All right, we'll sell 23 of these here. And we'll sell 7 of these here. We'll sell a ton. Oh, we have so much amber. Let's sell 295 amber. Nice. We haven't done this in a while. We have a lot of money coming. We haven't actually sold stuff in a long time. All right. We already sold flint recently and luminous. We don't need to sell that stuff. We could, though, because we do have a lot. Let's go ahead and sell 21 opals. And we'll go ahead and we'll sell 43 luminous stone. That'll put us at 150. And I think we're good. We're sitting at 7,000 bucks, right? Yeah, we're good, man. Thanks. The girl wants nothing but the best. Yeah, we can actually still cook food on this if we want. Let's see what happens if we put an icy meat on here. Oh, we can't. Because it's a meal. All right, let's cook ourselves a nice fresh steak. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Roasted to perfection, baby. Scuffed eats. Give me that good sear. Mmm. Look at that, dude. Let's go ahead and make ourselves a nice hearty meal here. Let's get ourselves a nice piece of meat. Let's get ourselves some rock salt, a little bit of Goron spice, and let's get some cheese, and let's get an apple for some sweetness. All right, cook up. The cheese obliterated. The cheese just disintegrated. Well, we can pretend that it just glazed over the steak, and the steak is now cheesy. Right? We can do that. We can use our imaginations. Cheesy steak. Yo, what's up, Jess? How you doing, man? Yo, hearty welcomes in the chat. If you got a free hand, don't be shy. Exclamation point wave in the chat. Wave them on in. If you got a free hand, don't be shy. It goes a long way for the community and for the show. Of course, you never have to do anything, you know. Just hang out and enjoy the broadcast. Hit him with the wave, baby. Where's Zelda at? She's going right here. I'm looking for this memory. It's like everywhere that it's... Where's this memory at? What the heck, dude? It's over here? It's up here? I keep walking past it. You're winning bingo tomorrow? I can feel it in my bones. What the heck? Oh, is it up there? Oh, it's up there. Okay, let's go up. Yeah, I hope you're having a good Sunday. I know I'm having a relaxing Sunday myself as we do some Storyteller Sunday, which is always the most vibe stream that we do for sure. Dang, we might not make it up here. Nice. No! Oh, I had it, dude. I had it. All right, we still saved it. Whoa, that was a big climb for this. This better be worth it. Let's go, Zelda.
Oh, Daruk. Link told me of when your spirit was released. I am so sorry that you worried after.
1 second here. Well, let me go ahead and reset it. It got a little poppy. It happens every once in a while. Nice. You're going to the gym here in a little bit. Nice. Nice. All right. Let's see if it locks back in.
This restaurant's special.
Okay, it did. All right, good. All right, let's see what this one has to say. Honoring Daruk.
Oh, Daruk. Link told me of when your spirit was released. I am so sorry that you worried after me all the way to the end, and I cannot thank you enough for keeping the promise you made 100 years ago. I will make you proud, my friend. I will bring peace to this land. Please, watch over me.
Aw. So all these memories with the champions are just super emotional, and it just shows just how much Zelda really cared about. It just shows how much Zelda really, really did care about the champions, and how much she understands the gravity of like the sacrifice that all the champions made to make sure that Hyrule stayed safe. The voice memories are only available on Switch 2, yeah. But the game itself is not. You can play Tears of the Kingdom on the Switch 1. But the Switch 2 edition has all the memories and stuff.
When I was preparing to come here to Goron City, I bought lots of fireproof elixirs to counter the extreme heat. It's a relief to see those are no longer needed. One thing that hasn't changed, though, is the Goron's love of eating rocks. Seeing it now, I am reminded of when Daruk gave Link a rock to eat. And he did.
Oh, wow, dude. Link ate a rock? Was that from a cutscene in Breath of the Wild? I don't remember that. I think I vaguely do. Oh, Link, the rock eater. We appreciate you, buddy. Mm-mm-mm. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum, bum, bum. I could go for catching some of these bugs here. Nice. Do you notice any differences in the graphics? Yeah. So you have to keep in mind that this is not just, I'm not just playing the original game on the Switch 2. All right, I'm playing the Switch 2 edition. So let me explain. So the big difference between those two things is that if you just load up a Switch 1 game on the Switch 2, it's going to look a little bit better. Maybe it's going to function a little better. Maybe better frame rate. So there's that word again. All right. But what, oh, interruption by Zelda.
I was surprised when I first saw Yunobo. The young Goron is built just like his grandfather, and I nearly shouted Daruk in excitement. Of course, he doesn't have the same bold spirit Daruk had, but he is an honest boy with a truly kind heart.
Aw. So she's talking about Yunobo? I nearly shouted Daruk at Yunobo. I don't know. They don't look the same, but I guess I get it. Maybe from behind. Of course, he doesn't have the same bold spirit, but he's an honest boy with a truly kind heart. I suppose being kind is a strength within itself, right? So yeah. So what I was saying was, you can load up any Switch 1 game on the Switch 2, and it might have better frames, and it might, like, function better. But it isn't until you buy the Switch 2 edition that you really see a difference. Specifically for the Zelda games, and for a couple other games. However, some games did get a patch or an update that allowed the game to take advantage of the system's resources better. An example of this is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. You play that on Switch 1 versus Switch 2, rather Switch 2 versus Switch 1, and it looks better, there's more Pokemon on the screen, it functions better, and it's an all-around better experience. So what I'm saying is that the Switch 2 doesn't instantly just make every game better. It kinda does, but not really. It unfortunately takes the companies themselves stepping up to the plate and either releasing a Switch 2 edition or a patch for free that makes the game take full advantage of the Switch 2's hardware. There are some exceptions. There are some games that really, really run better just plugging them into the Switch 2. There's a couple exceptions. And in fact, there's a whole group of people on the internet that are making a master list of games and how they interact on the Switch 2 natively. And like, there's a good handful of games that if you just plug it into the Switch 2, it's just way better. But that's not really the case across the board. Yo, holy shiz, somebody mentioned that sale in the chat earlier, Mrs. Miss Skeeter. I didn't realize. I just saw those amiibos at the freaking store for $30 each. And I was so sad because 30 was just a little too much, but 20 was like, actually, I would have bought one. I would have maybe bought one or two when I was there ready to spend money. But 30 was just a bit too much. Oh!
This is the large sword that Daruk carried with him. He always held it as though it was light as a feather. But I believe it is actually a boulder breaker he had custom made to be twice as heavy as normal. Not only that, but when he became a champion, he increased its weight even more. There is a certain symbolism in this. Daruk was bold and friendly, but he carried an incredible weight without concern or complaint.
What an interesting take on Daruk. I love that. Let's hear that again real quick. I love that. Let's hear that again.
This is the large sword that Daruk carried with him. He always held it as though it was light as a feather. But I believe it is actually a boulder breaker he had custom made to be twice as heavy as normal. Not only that, but when he became a champion, he increased its weight even more. There is a certain symbolism in this. Daruk was bold and friendly, but he carried an incredible weight without concern or complaint.
Daruk, dude, the boulder breaker, man. And he made it even heavier when he became a champion? What was he, just to prove a point? Right? That's sick. That's so sick. There's not a massive difference between OLED and Switch 2. I'm playing on Switch 2 edition of Tears of the Kingdom. So I think the massive difference is the 60 FPS and 4K. Yeah, so like, as much as I understand what Toad's saying, they're probably playing handheld, and they're saying from a first glance, the game doesn't look any different on the OLED screen to the Switch 2 screen. Yeah, that's probably somewhat true when it comes to the just looking at the game, literally standing still. Sure, there's not going to be a massive difference because if you don't understand, they didn't up the textures or anything. They didn't go in and up the textures or anything of the game. It's still the same game. But you're misunderstanding the difference. The difference is 4K versus 1080p on a television, which is massive. And the other, so that's 1440p versus 1080. And the difference is 30 FPS. Tears of the Kingdom could barely hold 30 FPS on the Switch 1. On the Switch 2, it never dips below 60 FPS. That's handheld and on TV. So even handheld mode, you are noticing a massive difference in the game, but it's not in the textures. The ground is still gonna look like the ground. What we're talking about is an FPS increase. FPS only matters when you're in combat. FPS only matters when you're in combat, when you're the kind of gamer that can notice the difference between 30 and 60. It's the kind of thing you only notice when you're in the middle of a tussle, in the middle of a boss fight, in the middle of a high action encounter. This is when you're going to notice the 60 FPS increase in handheld. But you're not going to see some kind of massive difference if you're just staring at the game. So to be clear, it should be known that there is a big difference between Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition and Switch 1 edition. However, sure, if you're going from OLED, you're not going to notice a big difference in the actual colors. You're not going to, sure, you're maybe not going to notice a difference in the colors and the way that the world is popping in the distance. And sure, because like the OLED screen is a pretty nice screen and it takes, it helps with some of those rough edges that the game has. Sure, like yeah, the OLED screen was a good screen for the Switch 1 and the Switch 2 edition doesn't have an OLED. So you're not going to maybe notice like massive differences when it comes to the textures and stuff like that. But like, to be clear, since we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom, like, there's a pretty big difference. Like, the game is worth the $10 upgrade for sure, for sure. Where's the sword? The sword's at my house, which I was requested to show off, so we can go to my house and show it off. I just want to do a couple more Zelda memories around here, and then we'll go to my house and the sword's sitting on my wall, actually. You lost your debit card today? That sucks, dude. That mega sucks, man. Also, I've never done wine and cheese pairings before, dude, so I don't really have a comment on the wine and cheese. The worst Switch 2 edition game is Breath of the Wild because the cart doesn't have the DLCs. I agree with that. I think that was a missed opportunity for them. Now, the cart does still have the full game and the upgrade on it. But no DLCs was a weird decision. I agree with that. Oh, whenever they do deluxe editions of games, they almost always include the DLCs. So it's real weird. Yeah, real weird decision on their part. Super weird decision. But I don't ever play my Switch in handheld, so I'll be honest. It doesn't surprise me at all to hear that the OLED, it rivals the Switch 2 in handheld outside of like FPS, right? That doesn't surprise me at all. Like I completely understand that that's your experience. I've heard the OLED screen was just gorgeous, and you're not gonna get terribly better than that when it comes to like colors and just visual fidelity as a whole. Like I've heard really good things about it. So yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. What? I thought this thing was supposed to... Oh, I didn't realize. There's an attached cart here. I didn't realize that. Weird. All right. I guess I'm supposed to use the fan, huh? Look at it barely moving. Guess I'm supposed to use the fan here. Let me go grab the fan. Yeah, I'm only a TV gamer, and I have a 4K TV that I don't even use for really at all. So I'm gonna be real. I don't really notice many of the differences at all. Like, cause I'm still using a 1080p monitor that can only go to 60 FPS. The only differences that I notice in the Switch 2 edition is the lighting, the colors. Everything is popping just a bit more. I think that's the big difference for these specific games. Everything is just popping a lot more on my dinky 1080p monitor. So I'm kind of right there with you, Toad. I never really noticed that kind of stuff either, Toad. Yo, Pessimisaurus, thank you for 31. What's up, dude?
The sudden
Happy
changes
time
on
zone.
Death Mountain
Fan.
left many Gorons feeling uneasy, but I hear young Yonobo goes to the mountain every day to mine ore from the exposed rock face. It seems his efforts are motivating his fellow Gorons, shaking them out of their worry and giving them purpose. Certainly the future of Goron City is brighter thanks to Yonobo.
Oh, I didn't mean to back out of there. So she's commenting on the fact that everything on Death Mountain changed to Tears of the Kingdom, right? She's talking about how in Tears of the Kingdom, the Death Mountain is dried up. There's not as much lava, right? Interesting. What's up, Pessimisaurus? Any plans for DDV? I was going to check out DDV, but I ended up taking the day off last week. So, I unfortunately just never got to it. While I can tell you I'll definitely put some effort in to check it out, since I did say I would. Next week is looking a little bit tough because we have a release of a brand new game. Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar. So I might not get to it next week. What I'll tell you is this, though. As we go into September, I'll totally load up some DDV and we'll check out the new update. Next week, we're going to be playing Grand Bazaar. And then I'm taking at least a day off next week, maybe two, because I have a guest coming in town. And then the following week after that, we'll be playing some Kirby Forgotten Land and the new expansion for that, the new DLC. So we do have some plans, but that does not mean we can't squeeze a little bit of Dreamlight Valley in. I just don't think I want to try to do that next week specifically. So just give me until the following week, and you have my word. I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen, all right? Yeah, we'll do at least a day, at least a couple hours, just to kind of check out the update. I don't have any intentions of playing a ton, though. At least not at the moment. But yeah, I sincerely planned on checking out the update last week, or the week that just passed, and I just ended up taking the day off. So I do apologize about that. If you were looking forward to DDV, I did kind of just end up taking the day off, and I came back and, you know, Chibi Robo and yada, yada, yada. So yeah, thank you for your patience. Yeah, it's always nice to know what people are looking forward to when it comes to my show. So I appreciate you jumping in and asking. Like, you're always welcome to ask, chat. If without you asking, how will I know that that's what you want to watch? Ask. Yo, I want to see you play this game. Yo, are you going to go back and revisit this game? And while I might not always have an exact answer, we can at least have a quick talk about it, and I can tell you my feelings towards the game. And I can at least set some expectations and say, okay, this is what you could probably expect from that game or whatever, right? So I don't mind at all. I'm always up for a chat about what games to play. I'm always up for that. So yeah, tactics will probably happen. If not on release, maybe soon around it. It just depends. I did talk about playing Legend or Pokemon X and Y before ZA comes out. So that's one plan for October. The other plan is our yearly Luigi's Mansion playthrough, as you do. Otherwise, October is pretty clear at the moment. I don't really know. Like, I'm expecting Metroid Prime 4 any day now. And that's gonna affect some things as well, because we're gonna for sure play through Metroid Prime 4 fully. But yeah. Tactics is on my list for sure. Yeah.
The Gorons looked so comfortable as they lounged in these hot springs. As for me, the heat was too much and I only put my feet in. Poor Link even caught a scolding from the Gorons when he tried to add a little water to cool it down. Apparently this temperature is merely tepid to them already.
So she's talking about the hot springs, and she says the Gorons look comfortable as they lounge in these hot springs. The heat was too much for me, and I only put my feet in. Poor Link even got a scolding when he tried to add a little water to cool it down. Apparently this temperature is merely tepid to them already. So they're already used to it. They're used to the high heat that comes. They're used to the high heat that comes with the territory, right? Like, that's what they're saying there. Wow, we have an interesting Zelda memory nearby that I have to go check out. So let's go to this first one, and then we're going to go around to this other one, because I think it's at a Misko's treasure cave, which is weird. I want to see what she has to say about that. Let's go. Oh yeah, that new Elliot game is something I'm playing. That new Elliot game, I am actually insanely excited about. I am really excited about that. I think the potential of that game is very bright. Oh, yeah. I'm not even gonna play the demo. I don't need to play the demo. I'm sold. I don't need to play the demo. I have no intentions of playing the demo. I don't need to. Because I think the game is right where I want it. Like, I'm really excited. Black and White post game and Black and White 2. I'm hoping it'll hit with the Pokemon Urge. I've told you my thoughts on that, so you definitely know that, like, I do have intentions to go back eventually. I realized that I did miss out on the end game. But like you said, we'll get there. I appreciate your patience. For sure. We'll get there. Good evening. Did you come to take a dip in the hot springs? I got to a good stopping point with my work, so I plotted down here in the springs to restore myself. Ooh-wee. I had heard plenty of good things about Goron Hot Springs, but there's no denying this is the best. My stiff, achy muscles are getting all loose and floppy thanks to the magic of these waters. I don't want to hear about your floppy muscle, dude. If you can't tell, I love this place. I'm in your debt, so let me share some hot spring info with you. I'm good. All right, let me talk to him again because he made a noise that reminds me of a character from Majora's Mask. Ready? No, do it again. No, make the noise again, please. All right, maybe I need to walk away from him and let him get relaxed again. He was like, oh. It reminded me of the munching beans guy from Majora's. No, stop with your ahs. Stop it, dude. He's not gonna change. We have to leave and come back, I think. So yeah, you know, I was walking down the street and I saw this girl and I thought to myself, and I decided to summon up the courage to go and talk to her, right? So here I am walking up to her. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, my buddy burst out of the storefront of the door of this store next to me. He goes, I'm like, whoa, hey, what's up, Jim? Jim jumps out. He says, dude, I see you going to talk to this girl, man, but you need to slow your roll real quick. And before I know it, all of a sudden, some other dude starts walking up to the girl. So it makes me feel real. And I decide I gotta get up. I gotta go talk to her. So I start running towards her like a freak, right? And I'm running towards her. Then before I know it, I trip on the ground. Bust my kneecap, blood everywhere, brutal. Now I'm on the ground, kneecap busted, girl's getting gained by somebody else, but I still managed to stand up, blood and all, and start limping towards her. I'm telling you, I'm feeling it. At this point in my brain, all I can think is, I really got to go get that dussy. So I get up and I start limping towards her. And as soon as I go up and I say, hey, babe, she looks at me and she says, All right, anyways. I'm done. The dedicated. All right, we're done. Did we ever fight that? Do you think we fought that before? I bet we did. I want to say we did, but we should probably go down there and check, huh? Is that an enemy on the road? He's a little sleepy baby. Wake up! Oh my gosh, he's armored. Oh no. I don't... Okay, here we go. We're busting out the Frost Hallows hammer. Dude, I destroyed his armor in one hit. How does it feel to be one of Ganon's minions, you little idiot? That sucks, man. Sucks to be you, nerd. Ooh, it's an armored one of these guys. You just gotta flip it and reverse it. Open up. Oh, hey. Do. Cobble Crusher. All right, we don't need that. I've crushed enough cobble today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we fought this bad boy. Because it's by the... Yeah, we fought this thing for sure. Oh, but it's marked with a gem. Oh, there might be some rare ore around here. This one might have rare ore on its back. Ooh, I marked it off with a gem. So this might have rare ore on its back. Let's find out. Plus, we can listen to the Talos music, which to be fair, is some of the best songs in the game. Let's go. Sup, dude? Boom 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 boom. Dun, 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 dun. Oh! All right, I deserve that, dude. Do 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 do. Woo! Rock doggy. I like to think that's the equivalent to riding rodeo in Hyrule. All right. We have a weapon here. We have a potential for a weapon here. I guess we'll go ahead and do Flame Heart Master Sword. Sick. Why not? All right. And then our memory is right up here. So let's climb this wall here. What's the vibe in Hyrule today? What up, Taco? What up, Taco? Dude, good to see you, man. The vibe's pretty chill. A little bit silly. We're getting tons of lore today. Ooh, we're here. We found a Korok. No, oh, thank you, Jess. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, dude. No problem. Hey, a Korok puzzle that I've never seen. Hey, nice. All right, let's go ahead and do it. Boom. That's it. Open sesame. I'm just trying to brute force this, and it's not working at all. Okay, let's take a look here. All right, I guess I need to use my brain. Frick. We're all... This is all hope is lost now. Well... Okay, time to use another 10% of my brain. I was really holding out. But I guess another 10% needs to be infused. Nice. It only took 20% of my brain functionality. Cool. We're at 87.19%. What up, Darcy? Good to see you. It only took some subtle brain usage. All right, Zelda should be up here. Yeah, Zelda's up this path. Well, Zelda's not up here, but a memory is. And apparently an ass whooping for this fool right here. Let's see here. Damn, son. Hey, there's an Edison sign. Yo! Dude! An Addison sign! I've been a little bit more relaxed today with my lingo. Hope y'all are enjoying the show. You bought some stuff to make your own embroidered Brewster sweatshirt? Dude, no way. You're gonna have to keep us updated on that project. I'm down for some Brewster embroidered goodness. Dude, Addison, y'all want to see me cheese it, or you want to see me actually do it or cheese it? Do we actually attempt to do it, or do we cheese it? What do y'all want? Cheddar cheese? Some Gouda? Some Gouda cheese here? I can't have dairy. Dang, well, more for us, I suppose. By the way, you can cheese every single Addison sign this exact way. Every single one in the game. I think there's one that it's a little dicey with because it's really thin. But you can pretty much cheese every Addison sign this way. How are you meant to do it? Oh, it's not a dumb question at all. So I'll give you like an explanation, even though I can't do it anymore because I've already done it. So like, for example, so this one right here, you see how it's shaped? It's wide. So we would have had to have created a structure to make it not fall over. So we would have used all of this stuff. So for example, I would have probably took this, all right? All right, I would have took like this right here. And I would have maybe put this in here so that it doesn't, so there's something stopping it from going left and right. Then I could have maybe taken like this pole here and created something for a leg, and then I could have went to the other side as well, and I could have also created a leg. So this might have stopped it from going left or right, but it wouldn't have stopped it from falling backwards or forwards. So I would have wanted to go another step further and maybe create one of these and maybe had this like behind it. And it would have maybe just fell just enough back, but then it would have stood on its legs. But I'm just giving you a rough idea. So every single Addison puzzle is actually shaped differently. Like every Addison sign has a different shape. So it can be solved by doing a different arrangement of items. This one is really wide, but sometimes it's one and it's thin. Sometimes there's a little hole in the middle and you can plug the hole with something to keep it stand. So it's always different. It's really interesting, right? So all of these Addison puzzles are actually really neat. They're like mini puzzles, and you can try to wrap your head around how to make it stand. Or you can just cheese the living heck out of it like I did. You're welcome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. They're some of my favorite little puzzles in the game. Yo, we'll see you later, Sidey. I hope you have a good day, man. Hope you have a good day, Sidey. Thanks for thank you very much for popping in here today, dude. Yeah, we love a good opportunity to get some Gouda going, you know? All right, now we're heading towards... Oh, we're still heading to the same Zelda memory. I just ran past it. Nice. I'm so freaking happy we found an Addison sign, dude. I'm so happy, dude. I'm so happy we found an Addison sign without having to think so hard. Wait, and a Korok? What? Beautiful. Oh, and there's a red bokoblin here. This red bokoblin's actually massive because you don't see the red enemies too often because they usually scale. We should probably go kill this guy. Nice, dude. And a Korok? Yo, pieces in the chat for Sidey. And what's up, Queen of Links? Good to see you. Yeah, fighting level 1 mobs is actually nice because you get body parts from the mobs that you can't get regularly because everything has scaled up in the game. So because everything is scaled up, sometimes fighting level 1 enemies is actually the best. Yeah, the app does track Addison signs. I could go look and see how many I'm missing. Yeah, I could. I could even go as far as actually tracking their specific location, but I don't want to spoil my fun.
It was not long ago that lava was frequently and fiercely erupting from Death Mountain. These days, the mountain seems to have quieted, though. I've heard stories that ancient Gorons built dwellings far down in the depths of the mountain. I wonder if this is similar to how the mountain looked back then.
Okay, so let's take another look. So it was not long ago that lava was frequently and fiercely erupting from Death Mountain. We can see the old lava. These days, the mountains seem to have quieted, though. I've heard stories that ancient Gorons built dwellings far down in the depths of the mountain. I wonder if this is similar to how the mountain looked back then. So she's referencing the city. She's referencing the old Goron city. What do they call them? The Gordania. Yeah, Gorandia. Yeah, Lost Gorandia. Lost Gorandia. She's talking about Gorandia. So it's funny because she actually is accurate. Like, the stories of Gorandia is real. Yeah, and she doesn't realize it, but we know because we've been there. So the mask I'm using is the Korok mask. And what it does is anytime you get within the vicinity of a Korok, it shakes and it makes a noise. It goes like a little baby. Let me know if you need me to do that again for reference. And then you can find a Korok around you. So it's like a little perk. Yeah. It's a thing. All right, instead of taking the cart, we should just walk this path, I think. So that we don't miss any secrets. Let's go. Oh wow, there's a chest here. What? Once again, for those in the back. Ow, that hurt. Stop it. I just wanted the loot, man. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Spike iron ball hammer. Sure. All right, screw you guys. What up, Maldita? So you were the baby sound in that one Aaliyah song. Oh my god. Dude, that's so funny. The stupid baby song in the Aaliyah song. Shut your mouth, dude. Shut up, dude. That's so funny, dude. Dude, hold on. I have to hear the song now. It's been so long, dude. With the random baby, what's the name of the song though? I thought she only had one song. All sorts of stuff's popping up. I thought she had like a single song. Is it Try Again? What is this for a music? What is this for a Jet Li movie? Oh, it's Are You That Somebody? Is that the song I'm looking for? Are You That Somebody? Okay, it was the first thing in the list. Yeah, thank you, dude. Korok Mask, go. Let's go. Let's give me that Korok Mask. Come on, come on. Cough it up. Dude, this is a banger though. Dude, for real? Aaliyah, dude, what a national treasure. Dude, she jammed, dude. What's up, Sam? What's up, Blaze? What? Who decided to put this baby noise in this song? I never understood who did that. Who put the baby noise in the song? Timbaland did. Fucking Timbaland, man. Fucking Timbaland, dude. He's at it again. Unbelievable. No, the Korok Mask just helps you find Koroks. Like I said, the ability is that it makes a noise when you're near a Korok seed. So it was originally actually a DLC item. Fun fact. So the Korok Mask was actually a DLC item that they put in Breath of the Wild to help people get all 900 Koroks because it was such a crazy feat and that Nintendo wanted to help people out. So they put out the Korok Mask. However, for Tears of the Kingdom, they actually just brought it back and it's just hidden in the depths. And you can go and you can grab it and it'll help you find the Korok. So that's why when you see me play this game, you see me wearing exclusively this mask for almost the whole playthrough. Because I'm always looking for Koroks. That's actually a complaint of mine for this game. I think the developers dropped the ball there. I've talked about this before, so I'm not going to stay on the topic, but I think that it's a huge oversight of the developers to not realize how many of us were going to be wearing the Korok Mask for basically ever, trying to hunt down the Koroks. And what this does is this makes it to where I can't enjoy any of the other 1,000 outfits in the game. So they put all of these wonderful outfits in the game. And if you're like me and you're 500 hours into the game, you literally just don't even get the luxury of wearing them. Because you have to keep the Korok Mask on if you ever want to try to get all 1,000 Koroks. So I think it's a massive oversight. I think it's whack. I actually really hate it. I really wish that the mask could just be worn over other outfits or something. I really don't like it because it's like at this point I've probably spent 200 hours in the game wearing this stupid mask. And it's like, whatever. Oversight more like a troll? I mean, knowing Nintendo, I think you're probably right. You can mix and match, but you don't get any bonuses when you mix and match. So what's the point? Right? Like, what's the point? You don't get any bonuses. So sure, you're right. I am mixing and matching, but you don't get any bonuses. So like, if I wanted to get the full bonus of a set of armor, you have to wear the full set. So it's like, I don't know. It feels lame. Obviously, this is a choice that I am making to wear the outfit, but it was their choice to put 1,000 Koroks in the game. So that's why I kind of technically blame them. I think they intended the trade-off of mixing, but it's really annoying. Yeah, like you said, like, sure, I could sit here and throw on all sorts of cool outfits and wear different stuff and look cool fashionably, but you don't get to take advantage of the full outfits. And there's a bunch of really cool abilities. Like, there's a bunch of really, look at this. My bone weapons are stronger if I wear this outfit. Right? I get +3 attack up. Now, sure, I could just wear +2 attack up, and that's cool, and I do that sometimes. But like, there's a bunch of really cool stuff that you get. You get a battery upgrade if you get level 2 of this set. You get a full cold weather charge bonus if you get this full set. This is stuff that you can't really engage with if you're in endgame mode like I am, where you're just like for example, when it starts to rain, I have to take off the Korok mask to get slip proof, instead of just being able to wear the slip proof plus the Korok mask, right? So again, just like a little complaint of mine, and I feel like it was a huge oversight by the developers. I'm usually complimenting Nintendo for thinking of everything, but this is one of those times where I feel like they didn't think of everything, and that they truly just straight up didn't realize how dedicated people were gonna be to experiencing getting all the Koroks. And because we're so dedicated to getting all the Koroks, we are basically like, we're like giving ourselves a handicap in that sense, right? So it's like, it's the perfect example of something I've talked about on the channel before, where sometimes developers need to control the gamers. They need to make decisions for the gamers, because gamers will do the least fun thing and the most effective thing to finish their goals, even if it means doing something that isn't fun to us. We'll do it. Gamers will sit there and spend 500 hours in a game grinding a single monster to get an item just because it's more efficient than doing dungeons and enjoying the gameplay. That's what they'll do. And it's up to the developers to understand that and say, you know what, we better put a system in place that makes this a little less tedious, because otherwise gamers will choose the most tedious path always, like, as long as it's more efficient, right? It's just an age-old thing, man. Gamers need to be corralled sometimes. I mean, you don't have to wear the mask. It's a decision you're choosing, and in turn worsening your experience. I don't think that's on the developers. Oh, it is. And I just explained why. Yeah, Geeky Ray. And you can disagree, and that's okay. But no, that's 100% on the developers. And I just explained why. Yeah, while you were probably typing the message. No, it is on the developers. That's the thing. If you give gamers an option to do something that is more efficient, they will always do the more efficient thing. So you need to consider that as a developer, and you need to create an experience where you can enjoy it and also grind. That is on the developers. That is 100% a developer problem. That is an oversight by them to not consider the fact that they put 1,000 Koroks into the game and a mask to help me find said Koroks. I'm going to wear the mask, and then I'm going to feel like I have to wear the mask. That is a feeling they gave me. And again, you can disagree if you want, but I've been gaming for 30 years, 35 years, and I promise you, this is how it always is. Go play an MMO and you'll understand what I'm saying. If you haven't played many MMOs, you might not fully understand how this feeling is. If you give the gamers a way to do something that is super unfun, they're gonna do the unfun thing. So let me give you an example of where this is a good thing that developers do that people hate. Let me give you an example. All right. So they took out duping from the game. So let me ask you, so why did they take duplicating out of the game? Right? Go ahead and answer. So why do you think they took duplicating out of the game? Like, you can just answer that question. Well, I'll actually wait for an answer since we're having a cool discussion. So there was an ability to dupe in the game and to mass produce items to make the game easier for those who like an easier experience. So why do you think that they took the effort to take duplicating out of the game? And a lot of people got mad about this, just to wait for any kind of answers that people who want to participate in the discussion. A lot of people said, Nintendo, stop trying to control how I play the game. You should have just let me continue to dupe. All right. So I can tell you why they took the duplicating out of the game. It's because duplicating makes the game a worse experience. So if they don't do something about it, then players are just going to ruin the experience for themselves. So you take duplicating out. This allows them to have more control over your experience, because then you're not tarnishing your own experience. Because if they leave duplicating in, people will tarnish their own experience. This is the exact thing I'm talking about. So let me give you an example. Way back in 2023, somebody came into my stream and they were a little bit younger, to be fair. And they said, man, Tears of the Kingdom just came out about a month ago, 2 weeks ago, and I'm already bored. So we were all like, why are you bored, man? And he's like, well, the truth is that I duplicated everything in the game so much that I don't need to go hunt stuff down anymore. And now I feel like I don't really have a reason to play the game anymore. And I laughed and I said, oh, I know exactly how that feels. You ruined your own experience. And the kid paused and said, damn, you're right. He ruined his own experience. So the developers taking out duplicating was a way for them to control that situation. So let me go ahead and say why I'm choosing this. Why am I bringing this up? So if you are okay, or if it's acceptable for developers to remove something like duplicating to better control their game, then I think it's fair to say that player control matters. See, if a developer thinks to themselves, we need to control this because people are going to tarnish their own experience, then I can take it a step further and I can say, then if the developers put this helmet in the game, but they didn't realize that I would tarnish my own experience because I really want the Koroks, and it's really hard to find the Koroks without the mask. And while I could play the game without the mask, in all reality, I'm gonna do the most efficient thing here. I'm gonna wear it because it's in the game. I earned it. It's not DLC. It's an item that they intended me to use. So I'm gonna tarnish my own experience naturally because I really want these Koroks, as do a lot of Korok hunters. I'm not alone here. So there's a trade-off. So we make a conscious decision to put the mask on and we trade our own experience for the Korok hunt. Therefore, tarnishing our own experience for a goal that we set for ourselves in the game. This is what I'm talking about. This is why it really is on the developers at the end of the day. The same way that the developers were the ones who decided to remove duplicating, they are the ones in control. And they are the ones that have the ability to say, okay, we don't want players to tarnish their own experience, so we should think about how a player is going to interact with said mask. Right? So like, I think that there is a conversation to be said that it's on the developers. Right? Now, that doesn't mean that it's not on the players. I don't want to come off like, oh, it's 100% the developer's fault. It's not the player's fault. So to be clear, because I haven't said this yet, it's obviously a player's choice to put the mask on and to tarnish their own experience. The same way that it was Little Jim's choice to duplicate, the same way that it was somebody's choice to cheese the fire temple versus doing the fire temple normally. Right? There's people who complained that the fire temple was too easy. And those were the same people who cheesed the fire temple. Now, I wouldn't want the developers to change their design because of that. I think that this game was designed really well. And I think that in a game that's designed about ultimate freedom, it's up to the players to decide how they play the game. However, the mask is not the same as cheesing a dungeon. The mask is intended. The mask was put in the game to help me hunt Koroks without using guides, without looking at outside sources. So this isn't cheesing. The mask is in the game to do this specific thing. And this is the difference between a gamer choosing to cheese and ruin their fun and a gamer choosing to use a game feature that was put into the game, and the game feature lessens the value of my experience. Very, very different. So this is just all to say my supporting comments on why I think it's a developer oversight. And it's on the developers to fix those types of situations. While I do agree with you, you made a really great comment here about the idea that it all comes down to the player at the end of the day. And I agree. I think I could take the mask off and I could go run around the game without it. I'm consciously putting it on. I do think that it's more the developer's fault than it is the players. And that's why I said it's on the developers. But I'll meet you halfway. And again, you can always agree to disagree. That's totally rad. And I'll meet you halfway, and I'll go as far as saying, like, sure, it's not 100% on the developers. And I did mention that at one point earlier, that it was 100% the developers to fix this type of situation. Oh, nice. We're finding a well. I do think that it's more the majority the developers than it is the player. And I think that's probably more of an agreeable statement by those who maybe disagreed with my original statement. I think it's more the developers than it is the player. Sure, but I do agree with you now that I've considered other perspectives in the chat that, yeah, you're right. All right, it's not 100% the developers' fault. That's not fair, because I can't apply that same logic to like other facets of the game, such as like duping. That's not 100% the developer's fault. That's some snot-nosed kid's fault. But the developers did accidentally create a glitch and it needed to be fixed. And the same way that cheesing a temple's not really the developer's fault, that's the player who decided to cheese, right? So I agree that maybe there's like a meet me halfway kind of thing. But I still stand my ground firmly that the developers are the ones who are in control, therefore they really should be the ones to consider stuff like the Korok mask kind of sucking. Like, I almost would just wish the Korok mask wasn't in the game at that point, because you feel stupid not using it. Do you understand how sucky that feeling is? Right? That sucks. That's the problem with the Korok mask. It's bad game design. It's on the developers. It's just bad game design. You put this item in the game that you feel stupid not using it when you're somebody who's hunting the Koroks down. You can feel dumb. You spend hours and hours looking for these Koroks, and then you feel kind of stupid. You feel like you're taking the hard path unnecessarily to do something that's pretty intense, right? It just feels bad. It's just a bad feeling overall, right? It's not a good feeling to have a tool that you don't want to use, but you do want to use, and you're confused about using it, and you're like, should I use this? Should I not use it? Like, it's just not a good feeling. They could have added something to the slate that replaces the mask. Exactly. And there's so many options. There's so many options that they could have done to develop around the mask better. You could make it a point of pride that you were able to find the too many seeds without the mask, and that's how you can look at it. Sure, you could always do things in an extra hard way to get more satisfaction for doing it the extra hard way. Sure, but you could say that about everything in life. I could walk to the store instead of drive for the satisfaction of walking, even though I have a car that I paid for. I could go and I could order food instead of cooking it because I could cook food instead of ordering out, because the satisfaction of cooking a meal versus, yeah, that's always an option. Yeah, sure, but like, I don't think that necessarily changes the fact that the video game is invoking the feeling of making me feel like I'm doing the wrong thing. Whether or not you decide to go for the challenge of it all is one thing, but that doesn't mean that my feelings aren't valid, right? Nice, dope discussion for sure. They could have added Koroks to the compendium. Yeah, there's a lot of options, I think. Dude, nice. I just found a well and a Zelda memory. And apparently a location I've never been to. I wasn't trying to invalidate feelings. Right. I think, and you definitely weren't coming off that way, but that's my point to that. Yeah, like, sure, like, believe me, I'm of all people, I'm a challenge gamer, you know, and I love doing stuff for the challenge of it. But you can't help but feel a little stupid sometimes when you're taking the obviously hard road in an already overly tedious, you know, task or goal, you know? It's like, and you know, maybe not everyone feels that way. Like, Focus on Me plays like, I've never felt that way. Sure, but maybe you don't take it as serious. Maybe you haven't, you know, just because you didn't feel that way doesn't mean I don't. And it doesn't mean that a lot of people maybe don't feel that way, right? There's a lot of people who hunt down these Koroks and they take it serious, and they love the collectathon, and they really want to lean into it. You know what I mean? So it's like, sure, you can bring up all the different perspectives that one could be looking at it to make it a better experience. But at the end of the day, my point is focused on how the Korok mask makes me and probably thousands to maybe millions of other players feel. We feel like we kind of have to use it, or we feel kind of stupid for not using it as a game feature. And that's it. And that's just not a fun feeling as a gamer. And that's why it goes back to the developers maybe not making me feel that way. I would have liked if the developers would have thought of it and would have said, hey, we should probably make the Korok mask feature a little different. We should maybe adjust it so that the players don't feel obligated to use it. And for those of you that don't feel obligated to use it, like, that's amazing, right? Like, good for you. Like, I'm glad you don't feel that way, right? I'm glad you don't get sucked into the hype of it all. However, I do. And I'm sitting here at, 600 Koroks, and I would love one day to find all 1,000. But in order to find all 1,000 without the Korok mask, like, that might be a lifelong journey. I remember one of our old streamer friends, Hyrule Holly, found all the original 900 Koroks in Breath of the Wild without the Korok mask. And the Korok mask was DLC in that game. That's insane. It's doable. And I bet you they felt really good about doing it. And I bet you they felt even better when they realized that people felt like I did. And people felt like they had to use the Korok mask. Meanwhile, they had this point of pride. They did it without the mask. They got a story to tell. That's cool, man, for sure. I'm a gamer and I like to game systems. And when the game gives me a system to game, I'm going to game it. I'm going to use the systems given to me. And I don't think I'm the only one that plays games that way, I feel like I didn't like using the Korok mask in Breath of the Wild once I found out it was DLC. I remember feeling that way about it because it felt like cheating.
No one actually knows what happened here at the Shadow Hamlet during the Calamity. They were a very isolated village, and they liked it that way. They even turned me away when I came to warn them about the Calamity. I wonder if this place would be more than ruins if I had tried harder to get them to listen.
Interesting. Didn't we hear her say the same thing about a different location before? We did. There was another location where she said the same thing about people who didn't want any help from Zelda and that they turned Zelda away. But I don't remember where it was. I think she said the same thing about something else. Because this is a new voice memory, I'm pretty sure.
No one actually knows what happened here at the Shadow Hamlet during the Calamity. They were a very isolated village, and they liked it that way.
I swear she said the same thing about another village.
I came to warn them about the Calamity.
She says the same thing in Breath of the Wild. Oh,
if I had tried harder to get them to
that's what it is. We must have seen it in Breath of the Wild because we did a little bit of voice memory hunting in Breath of the Wild. Just like a little bit. All right, nice. I found a brand new well. I'm so happy, dude. There's no way. Today I found a Korok. I found multiple Koroks. I found a brand new well, which puts me up to 93% wells discovered. Dude, interesting. I was not expecting to find a well here, dude. I'm burning. I'm burning. Yeah, nice. Thanks for jumping into the discussion. I think after perspective, I actually really appreciated that discussion. Thank you, Geeky and Focus, and anybody else who jumped in as well. Silver Blink, Marvin. I think at the end of that discussion, yeah, I know, dude. I fell straight in the lava like a boob. I think at the end of that discussion, I realized, like, yeah, I guess I really should be meeting the developers halfway. You want to know what you made me realize while we were talking about that? You made me think about a conversation I had with a guy about cheesing temples. and how up in arms I was about how it's a player's choice to cheese temples, and how you can't blame the game designers for creating an open-ended system that you chose to cheese. But how dare I say that if I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's the developers who need to control something like the Korok mask? I realize like that's actually super hypocritical of me. Yeah, right? Like I think so. I think that's actually very hypocritical of me, because those things are kind of similar. And while I do think that cheesing isn't the same necessarily as a game mechanic, and I know Neo agreed with that as well, I do think that you can't blame the developers 100%. And as Geeky said, maybe if there was no other way to hunt the Koroks, then you could blame the developers, but that's not the case. You can just find them normally. Something that Focus on Me Play said they quite enjoy doing. Right? Maharit said that Maldito said they find it relaxing, which I do too, for the record. So yeah, like, I guess really at the end of the day, you do, as much as I do feel like they could have handled the development of the Korok mask better, I think it is a little bit bold and maybe Braz of me to say that it's like their fault that I don't get to wear other outfits. That's not true. That's actually not fair. I agree. I was wrong about that. I agree. I guess it really is my fault, kind of. At the end of the day, I'm the one who prefers to use the item in the game. I still think they could have handled it better, and that is a fair thing to say. Nobody was saying that I was wrong about that, or nobody was disagreeing with that. Nobody disagreed at all that they couldn't have developed it better. The disagreement was that it was their fault that I had to wear sucky outfits. Right? Like, that was the true disagreement, was just that I thought it was their fault that I had to wear stupid outfits. And it's like, no, actually, it's not really their fault. I'll meet them halfway there. But I will say one more time, they could have definitely handled the development better. They could have did a better job. They could have done something different. They could have did something better. Right? I think so. I think they could have handled it better. And we came up with some good solutions in just a couple minutes in the chat, right? Like, there were some good obvious solutions, stuff that they could have did better for sure. Isn't part of the fun wearing sucky outfits? I mean, true. Listen, dude, I love this game. I even said before I aired out those grievances, I even said, like, this isn't like a big deal to me. It's like one little criticism that I created, being a 500 hour deep gamer. Because I'm 500 hours into the game, I slowly created this animosity towards the Korok mask, feeling as if I had to wear it in order to get to my goals. Right? Does that make sense? And like, if you think about that, like, that's bound to happen. Once you spend 500 hours in like doing something, like, you're bound to find little things that you don't like about it. like to be fair, like, yeah, like, it's just like a little grievance that I've aired, because it's like over time I've just developed a slight like hatred towards the mask, because it's like, dude, I don't want to keep wearing it, but I really want to get the Koroks, but I really don't want to keep wearing it. I want to wear other things. So I just like put myself in a weird position, and like sometimes I take it off and I just say screw it, and then the whole time I take it off, all I'm thinking is, what about all the Koroks I'm missing? The whole time I'm just walking around, I'm like, I'm probably walking past a Korok right now. And it's like, oh, well, just put the stupid mask back on. Yeah, Korok withdraws. Yeah, it could have been compendium stuff. Yeah, they could have handled it better. It's a double-edged sword. Unfortunately, I want the developers to give me the option to have my own experience, whether I can cheese it or not. But that being said, devs need to not be wishy-washy. Like the duplication glitch, I paid for the game, I'll play it the way I want. That doesn't mean that others can't play that way. The Korok mask is a cool concept, and I'm pissed I found it after I got all the Koroks. Could you imagine that? Zella, you found the Korok mask after finding all of the Koroks? Dude, I would have been so pissed. I would have been so mad. Also, what's up, Hoppy Doppy, by the way? I didn't say hi to you, man. Good to see you, dude. Welcome back to the show. You called me in the middle of a rant. Yeah, you called me in the middle of a rant. Good afternoon, man. Yeah, dude, that sucks, dude. That sucks. Yeah, I'm a very passionate gamer, and I like talking about games just as much as I like playing games. So I appreciate a nice discussion. And that passion sometimes can be mistaken for frustration, but I want people to know, and hopefully I don't have to say this, but I say it because I feel like it's the safe thing to do. And that's, I don't ever go into these discussions looking to change anybody's mind. And I'm certainly not going into them thinking I'm like right. It's, you know, it's almost always an opinion, right? We're sharing an opinion, and we're chatting, and this is what I think, and then somebody disagrees. I don't take that personally. Not at all. Like, I like a disagreement. I freaking love when someone says, I disagree with that. It gives me an opportunity to either hear a perspective of that's not my own, or it gives me an opportunity to dive a little deeper into my thoughts so that I can share why I think the way I think, because I don't always do that, right? I'm not always going to take the time to say why. So if anything, a disagreement just gives me the door. You're basically opening a door to a soapbox. I'm like the old teacher at school that, you know, that if you ask about their fishing trip, that they'll spend the whole class talking about their fishing trip instead of actually teaching you or making you do a quiz. But for me, it's just like joining me in on a gaming discussion. You know that if you jump into a gaming discussion about one of my opinions that I share, that you're about to get, you can sit back and grab some popcorn, because you're about to get a whole exposition about every single thing in my brain that made those thoughts a reality. And you can sit back and just laugh and know that it was your fault. So thanks. That was your fault. Like, you got the exposition. I hope you knew that that's what you were going to get. But I really do hope people understand. Like, I just want to say that sometimes. Like, I know my passion can sometimes get misconstrued for frustration or anger. Dude, I'm never angry. I've been angry on stream like twice ever. That's not the kind of dude I am. And it can be frustrating sometimes to have somebody want to argue with you, but that's not what a disagreement is. And I really do hope people understand the difference. A disagreement isn't an argument. An argument is when a person is actively challenging your thoughts. A disagreement is when somebody says, I see what you're saying, I disagree, and this is what I think. That's just two different opinions about the same subject that sometimes coincide and some that don't. But see, I never take a disagreement as an instant argument, because that's not what's inherently happening right out the gate. It's just somebody saying, this is what I think about that subject. And you go, okay, cool. Like, different perspective, right? So I like to sometimes say that, because I want people to know, like, I'm open to those types of discussions, even if we end up agreeing to disagree. Right? Don't turn it into an emotionally charged thing where we're flinging poo at each other over a video game. Don't turn it into that, man. Let's just have a nice discussion, and worst case scenario, you just agree to disagree and you move on. You know, it's great. It's great. Right, I said I disagree and I explained why, exactly. And I think even just saying I disagree is a really kind way to say it. For the record, and this is maybe just me, but I think that there's a conversation really quick of etiquette. For the record, I think it follows super nice etiquette to just say the words, I disagree. I think where the etiquette gets crossed is when people say nah. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a pet peeve of mine. I've gotten really good about not letting it bother me, but one of my least favorite interactions is when I share an opinion of mine and somebody goes, nah, you're wrong. And that's all they say in my chat. And I don't care. Maybe they're not as literate and they don't understand the word disagree. If you're gonna come at me like that, that energy is not welcome in my chat at all. If the problem is that you don't understand what the word disagree means and you don't know when the proper time to use it, that's on you, dog. Either way, the kind thing to do is to just say the word I disagree. That's where it starts. That's where you acknowledge to the other person that I'm not looking to argue, I'm just looking to have a conversation. But it's when they go, nah, dog, it's like, shut your mouth. Don't tell me, like, like for real, dude, that'll get me a little bit feisty. Like, that'll get me a little feisty. Like, no, don't just tell me I'm wrong. Either tell me why you think I'm wrong or shut up. Like, I don't like that at all. Like, meanwhile, I'm looking for a Korok. I have the Korok mask on. I've been looking for a Korok this whole time. No fucking clue where it is. Wait, I found it. I found the Korok. Got him. I was looking for the board the whole time. Nice. Maybe we want to see you feisty. Some people do show up here just to get a rise out of me. And every once in a while, I give it to you. Just sometimes. Sure, catch me in the right mood, and I'll give you feisty Hylian. Sure. Yeah, some people do show up here to do that to streamers, and they'll show up and they'll be like, let's see if I can piss this guy off. And if you catch me on the wrong day, you might get a little heat. Sure. You might get a little heat from me. Sure. I'll admit it. You know, I'm a human. I'm right there with the best of them, man. I'm a human like the rest of them, dude. Heat Leon? Nah, I rarely throw a little heat out there. My mission as a creator is to make your day better than when you found me. And I know that's a little cheesy. Thanks for the follows coming in. But the truth is that's my mission. That's actually my mission. And so even when I'm being trolled, I try really hard to just be kind to trolls because, I don't know, I think genuine trolls are people that are just hurt. And I know that's such a cheeky thing to say, but if somebody's truly in your chat trying to hurt you, they're probably just hurt themselves. And that's just a hurt soul. They don't need to be hurt anymore. And if somebody's here just having a good time and trying to shoot the ish with you, usually you can tell and you can just kind of shoot the ish a little bit back and have fun. But I think rarely do you ever interact with somebody who genuinely wants to hurt you. It's usually just a little kid looking to have some fun. And I'm okay with that. I was a little kid once. I'm down for that. I'm down to have a little fun. I'm a troll. For sure. For sure, dude. I like that vibe. I'm into that, you know? All right, let's see if the hands appear. What do y'all think? You think hands is going to appear? Fuck, they appeared. They appeared. Hold on, let's fight, and then I'll answer the question in the chat, because I have a good story. All right. Let's go, Dad. You said you would be home. You never came back. I'm pissed. Let's go, Dad. Oh, we got Club Ganon. This homie's out here listening to Daft Punk. Okay, that hurt. You got me. Nah, son. Troll or ogre? That not nice. Oh, I was trying to shoot him with beams, but I didn't have enough HP. Ooh, Gloom Club. Gloom Club. Ooh, and a Demon King bow. Sure, why don't we go for it? All right, I promised I would go home and show off my house like an hour ago. Let's go do that really quick, but first we're gonna go to the spring over here and go see what Zelda has to say about the Spring of Power. So I got a question, and the question was, what's the most awkward date you've ever been on? This is an easy one. It was the time that I went on a date with a girl from Tinder, and after about an hour of us drinking coffee in her car outside the coffee shop and having some pretty good conversation, she looked over and she said, I really have to ask this question. Do you eat the booty like groceries?
Though the Spring of Power remains, it has been neglected and fallen into ruin. I imagine many see power as a symbol of the Demon King and thus avoid the spring. But there is a misunderstanding there. Power itself is neither inherently evil nor good. It is the individual wielding that power that defines it.
Wait, hold on a second. Geeky Ray. Hold on a second. This is basically what we were just talking about in a super weird way. Listen to this. Power is not good or bad. It's on the wielder. This is weirdly on topic in like a super like esoteric way.
Though the Spring of Power remains, it has been neglected and fallen into ruin. I imagine many see power as a symbol of the Demon King and thus avoid the spring. But there is a misunderstanding there. Power itself is neither inherently evil nor good. It is the individual wielding that power that defines it.
The power of the Korok mask. Oh, this is dope. To see the dragon above the Shrine of Power. This is kind of picturesque. Dope. I like that. I'll keep my old one for the compendium though. All right, nice. Forward, huh? Yeah. Very forward, right? Yeah, this chick, I'm kind of digging her. She's a gamer. I'm like just getting to know her. I'm like, oh wow, she plays games. Like this could be cool. This could be the beginning of something cool. And at the time, I hadn't dated for 5 years, so I was genuinely on Tinder looking for a slow-paced thing. Like I was very timid. I hadn't dated in a long time. And I purposely was avoiding anything on Tinder that looked like it was just for like a one-night stand type deal, right? Now, I'm not like a looker or anything, so like it's not like I was going to be one of the first candidates for some, fling. So it was easy to avoid is my point. But either way, I purposefully looked for people's profiles that said, the words like, I am looking for something long distance. I am not looking for a fling. Like I specifically sought out those types of profiles. So that's what made this awkward for me, is because I specifically was like looking for a person. Yeah, we did miss the lightning strike. Yeah, we did. That was like looking to maybe date. And for them, about an hour in, or an hour and a half, 2 hours in, to just stop and say, do you eat the booty like groceries? And look at me with the most straight face ever, genuinely asking me this question. And then when I laughed and was like, oh, I don't know, awkwardly, she even like followed up and was like, because I just gotta know. It was the most awkward date I have ever been on. I ghosted her afterwards, because I was so flabbergasted. And I feel bad because you shouldn't ghost people. You should just at least communicate that you're not interested. So a little bit later, she messaged me and was like, mad. Like, why did you ghost me? Can you at least tell me why? What did I do wrong? And I never had the heart to tell her. Maybe I should have for an education, but I never had the heart to tell her. I was just like, yo, my bad. I ghosted you. I just got out of, I just started dating again, and I realized that it wasn't the time. So instead of communicating that to you, I just went back into my hidey hole, and that's my bad. I truly believe you should never ghost someone. No one deserves your response. Sure, you don't owe anybody anything. Sure, but all it takes is a simple reply back. Hey, I'm not interested. Sorry. So I didn't have to ghost her. And I look back and I regret that. But holy heck, how was I supposed to handle that? Like, what do you expect from me? Like, how do you, in your brain, do you not realize what you did wrong? I don't know, man. People get really comfortable around me, and that's honestly, it's a me thing. People get really comfortable around my aura. If you spend an hour with me, I think people get really comfortable with me. They instantly get calmed down and eased into a sense of, this guy's not going to judge me. So the truth is that she just got a little too comfortable. I just have that kind of energy, and I'm not talking myself up, dude. Like, that's just how my life has always been. Like, people get really comfortable with me. I'm sure people here can relate to that. Do you have one of those faces that people just walk up to you on the street and talk to you all the time? Like, that's me. Like, people just walk up to me on the street, like, help, please, and it's always me. Like, there could be 1,000 people, and I feel like they come up to me, and they ask me for help, and it's just like, okay, like, sure, like... So, like, I really do understand what happened, right? Like, yeah, I'm also an empath, same. So, like, I understand, like, she got comfortable, and she thought we were really hitting it off. But, like... that I want to court you, you know what I mean? Like, I want to court, like, I want this to be a process. Like, I want to get to know you. I want to go through the courting process. I don't just want to start talking about booties. Like, sorry, I'm not that kind of guy. And I bet you there's a bunch of guys out there that would have been, you know, howling at that. Ooh, like, but like, that's just not what I was looking for at the time. So it was just really awkward. Like, it was really, really awkward. Yeah, like, it was just not good. It was just bad timing on her part. I don't know. She found the wrong guy, I guess. Yeah, they crossed boundaries real quick. Yeah. Yeah. Aurora Sunrising. Like, I'm glad that people understand, because... what's going on here? Is this an all-black horse? Is there some kind of significance with this horse, chat? He's like the leader of the bunch. Dude, I've never seen an all-black horse. Wait a second. Is this rare? Does anybody know anything about a lore of a black horse? I don't think I've ever seen an all-black horse in the game. Like, all black mane, all black, no spots, anything. Yeah, and look at the way they're flocking. Like, he was leading. Did you see them walking? He was walking in front of them, and they were, like, following behind. Why is this stream turned into a horse boy stream? Like, instead of horse girls? Ow! Touché. Carry on, my wild stallion. Touché. You win. I'm not gonna take you home after that. You won that battle. Fair and square. Yeah, I got played. I got kicked in the teeth. Holy frick. I bet he's fast. I bet he is, dude. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. I was gonna play some Chibi Robo, but I'm tired. I'm actually kind of tired today. Feeling a little bit off. And I was talking all day yesterday, so I lost my voice a little bit again. So I'm gonna go let my voice rest for the rest of the stream, or the rest of the day. Thanks for coming out, though, everyone. I appreciate y'all. We're gonna wrap up Storyteller Sunday. We'll get back to Chibi Robo in the afternoon tomorrow and Tuesday before the release of Grand Bazaar. Don't worry, Chibi Robo will return. Don't worry one bit. Let's go ahead and get out of here, though. If you were new here, if you were just tuning in for some Zelda, we've been doing Storyteller Sundays for the past couple weeks, and we'll be back to do more Storyteller Sundays next week. Come on by. I'm loving it. We're back to Tears of the Kingdom. We're back locked in to this beautiful experience, one of my favorite games of all time. And I'm really happy to have an excuse to come back and play the game some more. I really am. So thank you. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. We got Animal Crossing New Horizons tomorrow. We're villager hunting. And then we'll be back. We'll be back for some Zelda next week. All right. So thank you everyone for coming out today. I will we'll go ahead and we'll raid today. All right, the dating story was a cherry on top. I thought y'all would like that. We'll go ahead and we'll raid today, shall we? Let's go ahead and find ourselves a raid recipient here. And y'all can grab yourself a raid message if you would like. Love Twitch Thomas, good to see you, man. Oh, wow. That's funny, Twitch Thomas. Yeah, I think everyone could take the personal responsibility not to ghost, but sometimes it just happens, and that's just life, right? I don't know. I wouldn't think too hard about it, but it's nice that you're considering it, right? All right, let's go find ourselves a raid recipient here on a Sunday. All right. I think we'll go and visit the lovely and talented Plays Jet, who is currently playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet today. And I see some of y'all have already got there ahead of me. Let's go see what they're up to, fam. Let's go drop a raid off to Plays Jet. On that note, this is Highly in Descent, signing off from another wonderful Hyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for the Monday morning show, best way to start your week right here, twitch.tv/Highly in Descent. I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. Thanks again for popping in here and hanging out today. I'm just going to throw a couple gifted subs out there to give some love out. And thank you so much, everyone who came and vibed, all right? Here's the raid message for the non-subs as well. If you would like to participate, subbing is not required. It's appreciated, but not required, all right? And we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for coming and vibing, dude. I seriously have so much fun playing Zelda with y'all. I absolutely love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. And I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. On that note, though, this is Highly in Descent signing off. I hope you go out there and have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. and the rest of your weekend to boot. And hopefully we see you again here real soon, y'all. Follow, like, subscribe. Check out those free ways to support the channel. Until next time, it's Highly Descent signing off. Peace. And hit them cat jams, baby. Peace.